Pre-flight diagnostics beginning. Engines check. Weapon systems online. Shields 100%. Onboard computer operative. Diagnostics complete. Setting destination for adventure, standby. Warning, hangar bay doors opening. Everything is set. You are now clear for takeoff. Estimated arrival time, 5 minutes. And we are off. We'll make the jump once we've established connection with the rest of the fleet. Connection established. See you all at the Star Park. We've made it. Alright everyone. Let's get this party started.
Hello, everybody. Well, wait, is the audio not? Oh, the audio didn't come back on. What? Okay, let me change that. There we go. So we have a little bit of audio in the background. But hello, everybody. Happy midweek Wednesday. We're doing a bonus stream tonight. It is going to be very different from our usual streams. This is gonna be a giant Zen story time for the most part, with Destiny in the background. I'm gonna be kind of casually, we're gonna be taking a trip, basically. So as I've talked over the past like a couple of weeks now, so Destiny 2's final live service update dropped yesterday, June the 9th. And I wanted to do something akin to like a tribute. I know the Bungie devs recently on social media have been asking like, hey, would you, community at large, could you share your stories on like what was some special moments in your Destiny playthroughs and experiences and stuff like that. And there have been just a marvelous number of people sharing their stories and their tales and what Destiny means to them. I figured I stream, so why don't I make my tribute to the final update of Destiny as a giant story time with Sen story time, going over many different stories that, because I've been with this game about 12 years now. And I regret none of it. So I'm gonna give you guys the complete journey of this Warlock, from how I heard about it till all the way up till yesterday. So I have a bunch of stories planned. I have a giant itinerary. We're gonna go through each one of these bullet points one by one. I think I got most of what I want to talk to you guys about. And so for housekeeping, we're gonna keep housekeeping really short, simple. There's not gonna be any rank up ceremonies tonight. Nothing talking about Project Loaf or any patch notes for the channel. Housekeeping is going to consist of basically 2 words. Thank you. Oh no, please, not this song. Oh, this comes from Death. Oh no, this is... I don't need this song right now. I'm already emotional as it is. Oh god, of course this song plays. Oh, okay. Oh, alright. Hi Colin, hi Bio, Egret, hi. Okay, so I'm gonna try to get through this with this song playing in the background. Anybody who knows the lyrics to this song knows that this is why this song. I love this song, don't get me wrong, it's one of my favorite Destiny songs ever. but I didn't need the emotional gut punch right now. That's supposed to be for later in the stream. So I'm gonna try to maintain composure, but I wanted to start by this giant send story time as just thank you. I know. Thank you to the Bungie devs. Thank you for all those who had a hand in making this world what it was. Like from like I know the devs have been pouring out their hearts on social media, but like this game, not yet, Waterworks, not yet. This game means, oh God, I can get through this. We're literally in the first 10 minutes of this. I can't be, God, I can't be breaking down yet. We still have a long way to go. This game means, good God, I can't do this without. This game means a great deal to me. It has been there. Thought this was gonna be easier. This game has gotten me through some pretty rough times in in my life. And so I know when the developers, when Bungie created this game, this franchise, and this IP, they just wanted to make a really cool game, which they did. And I don't think they could have foreseen how much this game created an impact. Oh boy. Oh, Taylor, it's not even to the first 30 minutes. I'm already crying. Oh, Dark, hi. Okay, so I just wanted to say, oh, Panda, hi. Hi, hello. Thank you. Oh my God, that's a tier 3. Dark, thank you for the tier 3. Holy moly. Lucas, hi, how are you doing? Oh, where was I? So I just wanted to thank everybody who had a hand in making this game what it was. This game means a lot to me. And as you'll see, well, as you'll listen to tonight when I go through the different stories that I have to tell about my journey in this amazing world. Whew, okay, I can do this. You know, as a guardian, I've slayed gods. I can get through one speech. Hang on, let me get a tissue. Woo! Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I never really played a game like this before, and I know I'm getting into like what we're gonna be talking about tonight, but um yeah, so I wanted to start the stream off just by thanking everyone who built this world, everybody who was a part of it, not just the devs, but also the voice actors, the community, all of you guys who I met through this game. So yeah, with that being said, and as I'm trying to like regain composure a little bit, tonight's stream, I don't know how long it's gonna go, but I want to get through a complete, unedited, partially scripted, story of how I started with this franchise, all the adventures I had, and then all leading up to last night with me jumping on and being part of a movement to try Ugh. This is the hardest part. Ugh. Say these words. Be a part of a movement to try and save this franchise. Okay, I said it. There, I said it. The hardest thing, as well, no, it's probably the second hardest thing I'm gonna have to talk about tonight, but at least I got it out. Darn it. Server's trolling me already. Okay. Reds, hi. Fragonius, hello. Dragon Cat, hello. Blue, hi. Volve, hello. Ankuv, hello. I'm not crying, you are. Oh, yeah, dude, I apologize if I made anybody cry and tear up. I was trying to hold it together till the latter portion of tonight's stream, but I couldn't help it. Every time I think about the hard work that these devs put in to keep this world alive for as long as it did, and got me through a whole heck of a lot, I'll tell you that. Oh, okay, let me get a tissue. My snooter's running, as you can probably hear. Okay, alright. Rainbow, welcome back. Alright, so, many of you have heard me talk about this game a lot. Actually, let me, you know what? No, it'll probably just kick me back to orbit again. We'll wing it. You know what? We're gonna wing it. Like I said, this is unedited, partly scripted. So, I guess let's just get right into it. Let's head on over to main stage and let's begin this journey, this untold story of a single warlock who wound up fighting this, what I thought at the time to be a ridiculous game named Destiny. Oh my goodness. Alright, so we're here in the I'm gonna head to the Cosmodrome, which is the first zone that any Guardian who loads up Destiny is greeted to. For the time being, I'm just gonna have the game audio muted until we get up to the first chapter of this journey. Oh dear God, it's, don't tell me. Distortion. Yep, it's a distortion. So enemies are much more difficult in this area. Of course a distortion would happen while I'm trying to tell a story. Okay, so I have this little cheat sheet of a script. So I don't know if I'm gonna be able to like game and talk about this at the same time, but boy howdy am I gonna give it a shot. So while I get to the point where I want to get to in this before we get to chapter 1 of my story, you know, now that I think about it, I should have really given this story a name, and I didn't. But maybe by the end of the stream I'll come up with a really snazzy story, or a really snazzy title to this story. So to understand where my, oh God, am I lagging? I might be lagging. You know what? If I'm lagging, that's fine. Whatever. So we have to rewind the clock about, oh God, what, 13 years ago now? I think it was 13 years ago. Maybe even 14 years ago, and I am somebody who is absolutely in love with Halo. Also, this song is really loud for some reason. I have no idea why this song is so loud, so let me lower that. So I was all into Halo, and I was playing Halo Reach. I played pretty much every Halo that came out at the time. And so I had just I might be shortening timelines here, but I had gone through Reach, Halo Reach, and I heard that Halo Reach was going to be Bungie's last Halo game. And as you can imagine, I was pretty distraught. I was like, why would Bungie stop doing Halo? Like, Halo is great. Like, what? And so I didn't know, like, I wasn't big online, so like I didn't at the time really understand what Bungie was doing. I just heard the headline, like, Bungie no longer making Halo. And then I'm sitting there thinking, in my inexperience on the internet, like, what is Bungie gonna do? Like, what are they, like, Halo was their child, man. And so I eventually found out what Bungie was up to, and they were creating a game called Destiny. And funny enough, I was actually pretty upset. I was like, I don't want whatever this Destiny is. I want Halo. So I'm sitting there, like, totally fuming, totally furious. And then fast forward a little bit, and you get the first trailer. And I don't, I'll, honestly, for the life of me, I don't remember what the first trailer looked like or what it was, but I do remember it was live action. Halo was like peak game from the early 2000s. Yeah. Want to raise? Oh no, not tonight, Fragonia. Maybe another time, because I wanna do this Send story time with you guys. And just like have a completed documentation on my journey through Destiny. So I'm sitting there watching this trailer, and I'm like, this game is gonna suck. I already don't like it. I want them to go back to Halo. And then so I had remained this way until I believe it was either their second or third trailer. Take me till Forsaken to turn my eyes to Destiny. Oh, just wait till this part is funny. So hang on, I'm just gonna do a quick stretch. Gato, hello, thank you for the stretch really quickly. And the hydration. Heaven knows I need the hydration after all the water works I just I just went to. Okay, so where was I? Oh yeah. So their second or third trailer came out, and I don't remember which one it was. It might have even been a fourth one, but it was whichever one that was highlighting the different classes in Destiny. And then the announcer guy was like, from the like, this could be completely wrong because honestly I don't remember the trailer commercial or whatever, but I distinctively remember like the announcer guys being like, from the makers of Halo comes Destiny, where you could be a Titan, a Hunter, or a Warlock. And I was like, whoa. I was like, wait, hold on. Warlock, guys, Warlock is a term utilized usually for a magic user. And I was like, wait a minute. Are you telling me that Destiny is going to be Halo with magic? I immediately dropped everything and I went to the internet and I searched up as much information as I could about this Destiny, which I threw to the side long ago. I was like, is this gonna be like a game with magic? And then I forget if it was like the same trailer or something or what, but like somebody was like casting something. I don't know if it was the Warlock or it probably was, but I'm like, dude, that looks like magic. And immediately, like literally 180 in the matter in the span of like 60 seconds. I did a complete 180 of me like, I hate Destiny, I don't want Destiny, like I want Halo, to immediately like, I need this injected into my veins yesterday. And I was like, dude, I gotta, like, I need to know more, like, because they were being super vague about it. Like, I couldn't actually see in game what it looked like because it was all like live action trailers, and I'm like, I can't take the word of a live action trailer. This is like stunts, performance, fluff. Like for all I know, like Destiny could be like a, like, I don't know, you feed your cat simulator. Like, I just don't know. I don't have actual gameplay. Miyako, hi, how are you doing? So, I don't know when it was, but eventually it might have been like the E3 presentation. And it probably was the E3 presentation where they showed off, like actual in-game footage of your Guardian and like what it looks like. And I was like, oh my god, that is magic. Like they're calling it a grenade, but literally that's like you lobbing like a little fireball and it's like flames everywhere. I'm like, dude, that's fireball. That's a D&D fireball. And I'm like, I need this game. And then, oh, and by the way, this was on the Xbox 360. I played Destiny 1 on the Xbox 360. Like that, we're talking that old. So I found out that there was going to be an open beta happening between July 17th, 2014 and July 28th, 2014. And I was like, sign me up, dude. I want to download, like, I'm going to buy this thing. I can't remember if the beta was closed for those who had purchased the game or if it was open. I actually don't remember. But what I do remember distinctively is I was there. July 17th, 2014, when those servers like flipped the switch on, I was there. I went in and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I was like, this feels good. Oh, and then, you know, you jump in and they ask you to pick your character, right? Oh shoot, it's not supposed to say episode 2. Oh my goodness, I need to change that. I definitely need to change that. Hang on, you guys. Um, that needs to say Monument of Triumph. Where is my YouTube thumbnail generator? Where are you? No, that's the background. Where's the photo booth? Dude, I saw. Oh, right here. Okay, there's the photo booth. Hang on, technical difficulties. As is tradition. Box art? No. Episode number. Let's hope I spell monument right. Monument of Triumph. Did I spell triumph right? Oh, I did. Triumph, yeah. Monument of Triumph. Okay, perfect. So the next time we have a thumbnail generator, we can see this properly. Bengali, hi, how are you doing? Okay, so let's see. Let me look at my notes here, my semi script here. Oh yeah, okay, so I'm pretty sure that they allowed you to play like the first mission of Destiny. So when you jump in, you get hit with like the 3 character selections, and I clicked Warlock so fast I was like, Hunter and Titan, what are those things? I don't know. I strictly was like give me my Warlock. That's all I want. And that's all I actually had for months. I didn't create a Hunter or a Titan until months later, and we'll get to that bullet point when we get there. So, first time dropping in, this right here, what you're seeing right here is what I saw on July 17th. Sorry, I almost said July 7th. July 17th, 2014. This is what I saw. I was greeted to our ghost. So this is your little guy who is think Navi from Ocarina of Time. And at the time, this guy was actually voiced by Peter Dinklage. So for a long time, we called this ghost Dinklebot because it sounded, it was Peter Dinklage. I was like, oh my god, I know Peter Dinklage. So the community dubbed him Dinklebot for a long time. He's now Panda. Remind me. It's who's the voice actor now? I totally forget. Same for me with Titan. Yeah, Nolan North. Yes. Okay, I knew it was Nolan. I didn't know his last name. I forgot his last name, but I was like, it's Nolan something. So yeah, so I remember, and this is where we start with our adventures in the Destiny universe. So, 2014 me is going through this, and I chose a Void Warlock. Void Warlock is kind of like this darkness. I mean, lore-wise, it's a light subclass, but for those that don't know Destiny, think space, think black holes. That's what the Void Warlock is. He's a master of black holes, like space magic, like unironic space magic. And so I remember going through these cars and like just looking at the skybox and thinking like, what happened in this universe? Like, this is crazy. Look at all this destruction. And my eyes were just filled with wonder and awe. And then, of course, the ghost telling me to go through here, that there's something, chasing us, something called the Fallen. And I was like, ooh, what is the Fallen? I was like, I don't know. And then, like, I'm going through this and I'm, like, freaking out. I've got no weapon at this point, by the way. So I'm, like, going, and then, like, right here, oh, this was so mean. Dude, in that little, like, crevice right here, actually, let me now that we're actually going into the game a little bit, let me actually pause the Destiny playlist and unmute the game audio. Okay, so I remember walking up and there was like this thing that was crawling, it crawled through this like little hole. I was like, what the flip is that? I was like, this is spooky. So like I'm freaking out, and this guy wasn't here. You're ruining the moment, sir. You weren't here like 11 years ago, so I'm just gonna have to delete you. And then like right here is where you kind of got a scope of like, oh my god, like what is all of this going on? And then of course one of the most iconic moments in Destiny is this box right here. This is where you got your first weapon, and that the weapon that I'm holding right now is the first weapon you get in this game. It's called the Kvastov. And when I got this thing, I was like, ooh, okay, this looks pretty cool. I started shooting it. I'm like, okay, I like it. And so, like, I'm going through here, and then this is when enemies started attacking, and these guys are still here from 10 years ago, so we're just gonna kill him. Sad for them, because they are, well, actually, that was not their last 10 years ago. So yeah, oh wait, where's my notes? Hold on, my notes. Okay. So yeah, and I remember going through this, and I had not, you know, it's funny. I had not felt like this about a game, like in terms of like raw exploration and wonder and mystery. I had not felt that level of intense, like just sheer curiosity, probably since I had played the first time playing Pokemon Yellow version, like years prior to that. And I was just so enthralled by everything I was seeing. And then, you know, getting through here, I was like, oh my god, more enemies. Of course, these guys were not glowing red 10 years ago. Ruining my script, you guys. Ruining my script. Nah, they're programmed to be there. And then we get here, so this room right here is where we encounter, like, I encounter my first boss, and it came out of this wall, and I was like, what is happening? I have no idea. This is crazy. And so that's literally my first experiences in this game. And I was here for it. Now, I played the bejesus out of the beta, and then, to my utter shock and surprise, Bungie comes out the last week, or the last couple of days of this open beta, and they're like, hey, 1 hour before we shut down the servers to this beta, we're gonna allow you guys to explore the moon. Wait a minute, where's the moon? I was gonna show you guys. Oh, I'm just blind. See, I'm not used to the moon being that big, like larger than Neptune, so that's why I was a little confused. So, so Bungie goes the last hour. I think it was the last hour. Deep Thought, hi, how are you doing? I was so sad when I first played D1 and I couldn't be a Solar Titan. Oh my god, dude, I didn't even put that on my notes. You're right. Oh my god. Bengali, remind me if I don't get to it, because I don't have it in my notes, but that should go under the Tegan King section. I will show you the moon. Looks as well. Where is it? Oh, it's over here. Yeah, so even veteran guardians can get confused sometimes. So I will never forget waiting on bated breath. I was there like 2 hours prior playing the bejesus out of the Cosmodrome, because that area that we were just at, the Cosmodrome, was literally the only place you can explore in the open beta. And so coming here to the moon, dude, I'll show you where you first landed. So I thought it was fascinating that we were going to be able to explore the moon. I'm like, oh my god, you know, moon's haunted and all that good jazz. So I remember distinctively, I was teeming with excitement. And I remember the moon just suddenly appeared on the director, like the main like star chart looking thing. And I was mashing the A button. I'm like, go, 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 go. This is it. Oh my God, we're going to be able to see the moon. And so I came here on the moon, and this is where you first landed on the moon. And I was enthralled. I was like, oh my God, look at what's happening all over the place. Wait. I don't know what those guys were doing there. Those guys aren't supposed to be there. Probably the Monument to Triumph stuff. Saber, hello, how are you doing? So I remember seeing all this, and I was like, whoa. And I'm like, dude, this is just the beta. Like, we haven't even gotten to the main game yet, dude. We haven't even gotten there, and this is what they're presenting to me. I was immediate. I mean, I was sold even before this, but I was even more captivated. And I do have to make mention, these little guys. These are like planetary materials, and when I found out there were planetary materials, that's basically all I did during the beta the beta test. Is I like collecting these little materials. So I was going around the Cosmodrome collecting the materials there, and then when I was on the moon, I was like, dude, I gotta get as many of these materials as possible because I only got an hour. So then I remember finding my way over here, and somebody's sniping me, unfortunate. If I wasn't in the middle of Sen's story time, I would turn around and shoot them. And then I found this cave, and I was like, what is this cave? And I looked down here, and I was like, I'm pretty sure I'm not supposed to be down here. Should I go back? No. So I jumped down. I distinctly remember jumping down. I'm like, dude, I'm in an area that I know I'm not supposed to be at. And boy, was I right. Because when I turned this corner here into the Hall of Wisdom, there were enemies here that I could not kill. All these guys were too strong for me. Like, they were like level 20 and I was level 1, and literally I was doing 1 damage to them. And I was like, oh my God. So miraculously I got here. I don't know how I survived. And then I looked down this hallway right here, and there was like these 2 big guys over here, and I was like, oh my goodness. And so like I'm trying to sneak around, right? And I'm like, what is that giant circle thing back there? And then I was like, dude, I'm really not supposed to be here, because at this point the 2 guys down here I couldn't even kill. And then I realized that was a hallway that I could go down, and I was like, what is that? Of course I never made it. I straight up like died, and I was like, man, what was in that hallway? So during the beta, I never figured out what was down there. I eventually figured out what was down there, and I guess I could show you like a little preview. Eventually I did make it down here. I don't remember when, but I remember thinking, oh my God, like, I don't know what's going on here, but this is so different from everything else in the moon. Like, look at all these cables. I was like, what are these cables? I feel like I'm going into an alien movie right now. And then I remember peeking over. Now it's not here now because it's changed. But when you rounded this corner in Destiny 1, there was like this giant ball, and it was just like rotating. I'm like, oh my God, I found the center of the universe or something. And so I was fascinated by what was going on here. And then of course you had these funny moments. Like one of the lines that I heard pretty early on was the ghost. When we first encountered, so I guess I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, but you know what, that's fine, because all the beta bullet points have already been done. So when the game came out and I was able to play the story for the first time, there were some pretty funny lines in the first campaign mission ever. One of them was like how the ghost, when we first encountered the hive. So I should back up. There are 4 races in the Destiny universe. There's the hive, the fallen, the vex, and the cabal. So the fallen are kind of like your scavengers. I think of them a lot like the elites from Halo. Then there's the hive, which are akin to like the flood in Halo. And then there's the cabal, which are like these space turtles. They're like big, beefy, really hard hitting, bullet spongy kind of guys. They're basically like walking tanks. And then there's the Vex, and the Vex are, you can just think of them as like the battle droids, like Star Wars battle droids of the Destiny universe. So I remember going through the first campaign mission, or no, sorry, the first campaign of Destiny, which was Destiny 1 Vanilla's story. And I remember, what in the world? Oh, that thing just spawned. I was like, who's screaming at me? So there was this one time where you see the hive, and those guys that I just killed, they're the hive. There was this funny line that Ghost said. It was like, oh my god, that was a wizard. It came from the moon. Oh no, sorry. That wizard came from the moon. But he said it in such a bizarre way that it became a meme in the community. And it actually at one point became like an official Bungie merch item where like they sold a t-shirt and it had like a wizard on it and it said that wizard came from the moon. Having fun with stasis. I've been an okay day, mentally pretty rough. Oh, I feel that. I feel that. Well, Saber, I'm going through the unedited, partially scripted, complete journey of my experience with the Destiny franchise. What's funny is Peter Dinklage's voice acting prowess hasn't changed. He sounds incredibly bored every time he VAs. Yeah, and that was another thing that the community like memed on, is that when Peter Dinklage voice acted the Ghost, he sounded incredibly bored or tired or both. And we weren't sure what. And then so let's move on to my experience with the story, since we kind of already segued. So the Destiny 1 story was interesting to say the least. I mean, we got some banger lines in there, like the Exo Stranger, which was one of the characters in the campaign, telling us that they don't have time to explain why they don't even have time to explain. And that line was always so famous because at this point, unbeknownst to me, by the way, at this point we're already like midway through the campaign, and we're like most of the community was super confused at what the story was even like going towards. It kind of just felt like a jumbled mess. And so like this was a perfect opportunity for this character to explain what's actually happening in the story and what's actually happening in the world. And instead she gives us the line, I don't even have time to explain why I don't have time to explain. And then you would think that after she says that, like, she leaves, right? Because we don't have time, right? No, instead she goes on yapping for another 5 minutes. I'm like, dude, if we didn't have time to explain that you didn't have time to explain, like, why are you yapping for another 5 minutes? So, like, the first half of the story was basically just like an introduction to the 4 factions. Like, you have like Fallen mission, you have this Hive mission, you have this Cabal mission, and you have this Vex mission, and all of them are supposedly the darkness. And so, like, throughout the entire campaign, you're thinking, well, what is this darkness, right? So finally, we get to a point in this campaign where we are introduced to a former human transformed by the light and the dark into a race called the Awoken. And there's this queen Marasov, and she like, we go to see her because we're trying to get into, like, we find out our main objective is to get to this black garden where the darkness is coalescing. And I'm like, ooh, okay, all right, so direction. So we try to access this garden, and we have to go through this like Vex network gate. So it's like this giant digital gate. It's basically a teleporter. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a teleporter, but they call it a gate. And so we have a key. It's not charged. If we had a charged key, we could just like turn the lock or turn the key, open the lock, and go through the teleporter. But alas, we don't. So we have to go to somebody who actually has that knowledge of how to recharge this key. So we go visit this queen, and she seems very ominous, very creepy, very ominous. I'm like, I like this character. She gives me weird vibes. Like, I don't know if she's like the main bad guy or not, but she kind of gives me bad guy energy. So I'm like gonna kind of keep my distance, but she's the one that I need to like, she's the only one that can help me kind of deal. So I'll play along for now, but like if she tries to backstab me, I'll try to kill her or something. So then we charge the key, we go back, or sorry, we get what, or so we go there. She's like, oh, if I'm gonna do you a favor, you gotta do me a favor in return. So we go do like a little favor thingy, and then we come back, and then she repairs the key. We take the key, we unlock the portal, we go through the portal, and suddenly we're in the Black Garden. And I'm like, dude, okay, this story is picking up. All right, Black Garden. All right, we're gonna see a little bit about this darkness, and then the story is really gonna open up. And I was all into it. I was like, let's go. All right, so we're like storming the gates. We're in this Black Garden. I don't even know if I can get to the Black Garden. Can I? Oh wait, yeah, I could show you guys the Black Garden. Hang on. Let me go to back to orbit, and I can show you the Black Garden. So I'm traversing this Black Garden, and it's funny too, because when I heard the Black Garden, I'm thinking, oh, this is gonna be like so ominous and mysterious and probably covered in this foul miasma or whatever. Okay, wait, no, hang on. I haven't wait. Where is it? Garden of Salvation. There we go. God, I hope this doesn't put me into... Oh, matchmaking off. Good. Okay. So, let me show you guys what the Black Garden looks like. Because it actually did come back in Destiny 2, and I was really excited about this. So... I'm told, like, oh, the Black Garden is, like, this very poisonous place, like... Watch out, and the Vex are swarming it. Like, the Vex created this place, and if you're not careful, you'll become consumed by darkness and become one of them, and all this stuff. And I'm like, dude, this, all right, stakes are actually happening. This is cool. I'm down for this.
The artifact you brought back.
Don't worry about Eris Morn. She's the one who takes point in this raid. We're not actually going to do this raid, but I at least want to show you what the Black Garden looks like for those that don't know. So then I get to this giant door, and I'm like, is this the heart of the Black Garden? Because that's what they've been talking about, right? Oh, in the heart of the Black Garden is where darkness is manifesting. It's an evil ancient entity, and you gotta beware. You gotta be careful, otherwise the darkness will oh god, do I have to kill these enemies to get inside? Oh my god, we might have to kill these enemies to get inside. That's hilarious. I see, I haven't done this raid in forever, so I don't know how this works. But you guys can see what these Vex look like in the Black Garden. They're all like covered in moss, and like they haven't been alive for centuries, and now they're just coming back, and they've got all this moss growing on them. Oh good. All right, so this is what I saw in Destiny 1. The portal is now open. This is a secondary portal, by the way. This isn't the one in Destiny 1, but this is what the portal looks like. So I was like, oh my god, we're going into Black Garden. Oh my god, let's go inside. And so I was like freaking out. I was like, okay guys, we're here. And I was like, oh, the Black Garden's a lot greener than I would have imagined it. And I was like, wow, okay, this is kind of cool. All right, I can get behind this. And so, like, I was told the Black Garden was like filled with darkness, and to have it juxtaposed with like this beauty and this nature, and I was like, oh my god, something huge is definitely going down here. Oh yeah, okay, good. We spawn right here. This is actually the door. So then I get to the end of the mission, and I encountered this giant door. Now, it's open right now, but just imagine this thing was closed. And so I had to like piece together like this beam of light. It was like all refracty, and then I was like, oh, it's opening. And there was like, and I was so stoked, and I went in, I was like, uh-oh. And so, and this is actually the room from D1, by the way. This is basically what I saw in Destiny 1. And so see that little scraggly thing in the back? So imagine instead of a little scraggly thing, imagine slime or like ink combined with living jello is how I would describe this thing. And that was the heart of the Black Garden. And I was like, okay, so is it is that the darkness? Like, or is there like an entity behind the darkness? Or like, or was there an entity that created this thing? And so I didn't think too much about it, right? So I was like, you know what? This is the beginning of the campaign. It's fine. And that's the funny part of this. Is I'm thinking that this is Act 1 of the campaign. Because the campaign I played through so far was really short. It was only like a couple missions. So I'm like, oh, okay, because you know I'm used to Halo campaigns. Halo campaigns are long. So I'm thinking, okay, all right, this is the end of Act 1. We're gonna kill this evil Jello monster, and then we're gonna find out what created it. And we're gonna find out about the darkness. So I was like, all right, who's gonna fight us here? And I thought maybe, so how I was envisioning it is I was like, okay, geometric, weird, sentient jello in the sky. And I was thinking, okay, maybe it'll turn into like this darkness worm. It'll just be like, and it'll like attack us or something. And instead it like shot out this little like little beam thing. And then see those two like worshiping Vex statues? Like the little beam like came and rested right on top of the head of one of them, and then it like the giant Vex statue came to life and then started attacking. I was like, oh, okay, all right. You know what? I get it. Okay, so obviously, if this is like the main bad guy never starts off like if he's got minions, he's gonna use those first. So then I'm like, pew, 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 pew. So I kill one of them. And then a little beam comes out and touches the head of another one, and then the second Vex statue awakens, and then I pew, 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 pew. And then I was like, all right, and there's only one more statue. Let's get it going. So he pew, and then right on his little head, and then he came to life. So I was like, all right, let's do this. So I'm like shooting, pew, 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 and then finally he's dead. I'm like, all right, you guys, this is it. All right, let's do this. The minions are destroyed. Now let's get to the main Jello. I want to fight this Jello thing. And then it went to a cutscene. Nova, hi, how are you doing? Yeah, you gotta say, you gotta clear this first wave before entering. Yeah. So how's it going? It is going good. I already had some tears rolling down my face earlier. So Nova, tonight is going to be a giant send story time of how I got into this game and all the years going through. I have so many stories to tell, and I'm just at the beginning. So so then I was like, all right, Jello fight time. Like, turn into like a darkness dragon or something, or like a darkness worm, and let me fight you in like combat, air combat. I don't know. But then a cutscene happened, and then this Jello started emitting light, like bright light, and it almost looked like it was going into cardiac arrest. And then bright light, bright light. I was like, oh, I'm being blinded. And then, phew, giant white explosion. And then all of a sudden, the garden was still. And I was like, huh, that was kind of anticlimactic. But I was like, you know what? No, that's fine. This is the end of Act 1. You know, we're getting into Act 2, and I'm sure I got to go back to Mara Sov and tell her about how I destroyed this giant floating jello. And then we're like, whoever this darkness is going to be so pissed off that I took his giant jello and destroyed it, and it was probably his lunch, and suddenly his lunch isn't there, and then we're gonna have to fight this darkness thing. And then, to my utter surprise, we go back to the tower, we have a celebration, and then credits started rolling. And I was like, wait a minute. What? That was it? Like, what happened? I literally just fought Jello, and then that didn't seem like darkness to me, because like the guy, there was this character called the Speaker. He was like, oh, the darkness, it has found its home in the Black Garden, and the universe is going to be set on fire, and all this doom and destruction, and the Traveler's going to blow up, and it's all because of the evil entity in the Black Garden. Guardian, never before has things been more dire than it is today. And so I'm thinking like it's end of the world, and instead what I got was a thing of floating jello. I couldn't believe it. I was like, there's no way that this was the story. Like, this is Bungie. This like, story is like their bread and butter. Like, the Master Chief didn't become Master Chief just because I was absolutely devastated. I thought this was an off-season April Fool's joke. I actually went online and I thought I did something wrong. I was like, there's no way that floating jello is the darkness. That was so anticlimactic. And I was just like, oh no. Like, what happened to the storytelling right here? Like, this was great. But in the end, I gave Bungie a pass. Because what Bungie gave me was a game, a Halo game, with space magic. And I was like, I will forgive this floating jello debacle. I will forgive it because they gave me Halo with magic. That's all I wanted. Literally all I wanted. So I was like, you know what? It's fine. There's supposed to be another expansion in a couple months. Maybe it'll expand on what the jello was. Maybe not. But in the meantime, I have my space magic. I have my, little materials I gotta pick. And, I'm very content. There's armor that I have to get, weapons I have to get. And you know what? Fair enough. So that was my experience with the first ever Destiny 1 or Destiny story ever to be told. It was utter disbelief. So then it was just kind of grinding and doing this stuff. And let me tell you, I just saw a bullet point. This is a great segue. Let me take a swig of water. Let me tell you, for those that came in during Destiny 2, there were plenty of times in Destiny 2 where the grind was awful. But nothing, absolutely nothing, compares to the Destiny 1 vanilla grind. So, as you guys are all accustomed to now, there's these little things, and I can show you them right now, called engrams. So these little things are like little containers of treasure. And each one comes with a color. There is a white engram, there is a green engram, a blue engram, a purple engram, and the most sought after one, the gold engram, which is the exotic engram. And so you would think, because this is how we play Destiny 2, if you get a green engram, which hasn't been seen in years, I might add, some of you guys may not even have been aware that there was a green engram, but if you ever got a green engram in Destiny 2, you would take the little green engram, go to the tower, which is the social hub, visit a guy named Rahul, and he would break it open for you. And inside was a green piece of gear, whether that be armor or weapons. You take him a purple, and he gives you a purple piece of gear. You give him an exotic, and he gives you gold gear. Oh my god! In Destiny 1, there was no guarantee that you would get a purple from a purple engram or a gold from an exotic engram. No, 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 no. No, you cracked open an exotic engram, there was a chance he gave you a blue. There was a chance he gave you a green. Or even worse yet, a white. White is like the lowest tier of rarity. And see, for those who play Destiny 2, only know exotic engrams as those things that just shower on you. But in Destiny 1, you had better luck winning the lottery, like IRL lottery, than finding an exotic engram. And do you know how annoying it is to finally, after hours of grinding, get your first exotic engram and crack it open and get a blue? It's crazy. Gwen, hi, how are you doing? Bro, yeah. I'm not aware of anything Destiny, to be honest. Well, Cole, I am taking you and everybody on a journey of my story of Destiny. And I'm trying to do my best to explain as much as possible, because I want you guys all to experience this journey with me. Now that Destiny 2's final update has come out, I want to do this as like my tribute to Destiny, the franchise and the IP, is tell this untold story of one singular warlock and his experiences in Destiny from start to finish. So I don't plan on ending the stream until I've gone through every single one of these bullet points. And then if we have time at the end, I'll play some of the new content. Well, I say play some of it. I'm not going to do any like the story related stuff, but I am going to like go through, like, I have so many new like things to try out, like new builds to try out. And so we'll probably do some build crafting at the end if we have time. And right now I'm actually only in the early stages of this story. We haven't even gotten to the first expansion of Destiny yet. And that's mainly because there are a ton of stories I have from vanilla, like Destiny 1 vanilla. Some of the expansions are kind of light, and especially with when we hit the Destiny 2 phase, there's some very light expansion stories from me. And we'll get to that, why that is. So yeah, so you can get this golden exotic engram in Destiny 1, crack it open, and not even get a gold piece of gear. It was so infuriating, and I have zero understanding even to this day on why that was even implemented. Obviously, if you've played Destiny recently, you know that's not the case, and you're probably sitting there thinking that's unheard of. I know, I lived it. It was unheard of. I was like, what is happening? Dude, I don't understand why that was a decision that was made. Oh, Kyra's hello, welcome on into this Giant Send story time where I am paying tribute to Destiny by telling my experiences with this game. Okay, so where am I in the notes? Oh yeah, September 9th, 2014 is when Destiny 1 launched. I actually have all the dates on my little like partial script here. Oh, okay. So let me go and fast forward. So So the story I just told you was the week of September 9th, 2014. Let's fast forward about a week and a half to September 19th through September 21st, 2014. And this is my first funny story for you guys. I love this story. So this is the first weekend that oh wait, no, not the first weekend. No, not the first weekend. This is probably like the second or third weekend where the weekend vendor. So Destiny has a weekend vendor. His name is Zur, and he sells exotic wares. So this was the first time I was hearing about Zur. I was like, there's a weekend vendor? What? And the only reason I had figured that out is I accidentally passed by him. I think he was in the tower at the time. And I was like, oh, okay. So Zur is a character that only you can only buy things from him with these things called strange coins, which were super difficult to get your hands on in Destiny 1. They would basically drop very rarely with strike missions. So I had I love strike missions. They're basically like a little like side adventure which always accumulate or always ends with a boss fight at the end. So it's like a little mini like tiny micro dungeon crawl, and then at the end you find a boss and fight him. That's what a strike mission is. And so over the weeks, the first couple of weeks of me hardcore grinding, because I was addicted to this game like nobody's business, and I had a nice supply of strange coins. So it was like, you know what, Zur, oh, all right, Zur takes these strange coins. I finally know what I'm doing with these strange coins. Cool. So it was the weekend of September 19th through the 21st. I find Zur in the tower, and I decided to pay him a visit. And what is he selling? Well, he is selling something called the Gallarhorn, which is a rocket launcher, and I hate rocket launchers. Like, at the time, I was like, ew, rocket launcher? Like, what? I'm not going to get this. Then he was selling the Helm of Immos Light, which was a Titan exotic. I'm like, what's a Titan? I don't know. Then he was selling Lucky Raspberry for the hunters, which I was like, hunter? What are we hunting? Animals? Like what? And then he was selling the Sunbreakers. Now, for those who are unfamiliar with Destiny 1, the Sunbracers exotic gloves used to be called Sunbreakers in Destiny 1. They got a name refresh when the Titans got their first solar subclass called the Sunbreakers. So that's when Bungie decided to rename our Sunbreakers to Sunbracers. So I was looking at the Sunbracers, I was like, yeah, you know, I have enough money to buy the Sunbracers, Sunbreakers at the time. But I don't really use my solar subclass. Like, I'm a void warlock. Give me the void. I want to throw black holes at people. So it's like, I don't need the helm, I don't need Lucky Raspberry, and I don't need Sunbreakers, really. Like, I'm very content with being on my void warlock, so these Sunbreakers aren't going to do me any good. So then I look back at this rocket launcher, and I'm like, I want to buy something from him, but I don't want to buy this stupid rocket launcher. I'm not going to use this rocket launcher. And then so I inspected it, and I was like, you know, for a rocket launcher, it does look kind of cool. It's got like this little wolf head on the top of it, and actually, I don't know why I'm like not showing it on stream with you guys. Let me pull up my Gallarhorn. So let me see here. My Gallarhorn is somewhere. Where is it? I've got so many weapons in here. This is what happens when you play this game for like 8-9 years. Do I even have it in here somewhere? Or is it on one of my other characters? Oh my god, is it on one of my other characters? It might be on... Oh no, there it is, the Gallarhorn. So I inspect this rocket launcher, and look at this thing. So I was like, oh dude, I really like the wolf. I like the colors on it. Like, I think it's very nice looking. What's a raspberry? Exactly, Panda, exactly. Gerard, hi, how are you doing? So I'm looking at this thing and I'm just like, oh, God, man. Like, I'm never gonna use this thing. It's a rocket launcher. Like, that's just not my jam. But I can't deny this looks really cool. So I was like, I have enough strange coins for one item. And I'm like, it's either gonna be this or it's gonna be the Sunbreakers. And I was debating with myself, I'm like, the Sunbreakers are never gonna be used because I'm never gonna use my Solar Warlock. It's just not gonna happen. I'm too invested in my Void Warlock. And I was like, it's a rocket launcher. I did kind of like the rocket launcher from Halo, the forget what it's called, Spanker or something like that. I was like, I don't know. Maybe I'll just like have it and be like, hey, I have this really cool rocket launcher. So I was like, all right, whatever. I guess I'll just go with the Gallarhorn because at least I can use this thing in certain situations where the Sunbreakers I'm just never gonna use. So I bought the Gallarhorn. And I was like, okay, that's gonna go into my vault. Turns out 3 weeks later, I found out that this thing was the most powerful weapon in all of Destiny 1. And people were beginning to clamor, like, when is Xur gonna sell the Gallarhorn again? And I forget how long, but I think it took Xur like a full year, maybe a year and a half before, or maybe it was even longer, maybe it was 2 years before Xur sold this thing again. So when people were clamoring for it, I was like, Gallarhorn, that's a stupid name. And then like later on, because like I totally forgot what this thing's name was. Like 3 weeks later, I totally forgot what this thing's name was, and it never got pulled out of my vault. So when people started clamoring, like, oh dude, you got like hard content, Gallarhorn. I'm like, what the heck is a Gallarhorn? That sounds like a stupid name. And I go to my vault, which was where it was. I was like, oh, this is the Gallarhorn. Wait, you're telling me this is the strongest weapon in the game, and I just happened to like get it because I wanted to purchase something from Xur that day? Dude, it was crazy because looking back on it, I just infinite luck that I got it when I did. Matthias, hi, how are you doing? I'm just glad I got my Vex before all of this. Dude, that's another story I need to tell, which I don't, oh my god, I don't know why I didn't put this down. When was that? Hang on. Is that here? No, I don't even have it on here. Dude, I wish Sneaky was in the call or in chat right now. Cause I have a whole story with the Vex Mythoclast. And if I'm worried I might forget because I don't have it in my notes here. Anyways. So yeah, that's the story of how I got the Gallarhorn. Then shortly after this, I had another funny story to tell you guys. I spent most, if not all of my time on the initial starting. Where is it? Oh, I should probably go back to orbit. So I spent a lot of my time on the Cosmodrome. That was like my favorite place of all time. I would farm so much materials on this place. And so one cozy afternoon, minding my own business, I saw something weird. And that's where we're going to go to next. That's my next story. I saw something weird in the Cosmodrome. And at first, I didn't think anything of it. I was just going on my merry way, picking some spin metal, as the material here on the Cosmodrome is called. Oh my goodness, we're all being flashbanged. Holy moly. So let's set the stage on for what I saw. Oh my god, I'm getting assaulted here. Sorry guys, not here to help with this, whatever this is. I got a story to tell. So I'm sitting here one cozy afternoon, exploring my favorite place of all time, the Cosmodrome. And as I'm getting through this abandoned warehouse, I round the corner and I see a couple of people in this instance. And I'm like, I'm gonna just go around here and I'm going to pick some spin metal. Well, let's see if we can even find some spin metal around here. The spin metal is still in the game, which is great. Oh, there's one. Oh, there we go. Okay, so I'm going around and I'm collecting spin metal. And then suddenly, I look over here and I see something bizarre. I see a group of guardians standing on this rock. Oh my god, you guys, you're ruining my story. No, I didn't want to talk heroic public event. I want to tell my story in peace. Typical. I've always making it difficult for me. So, oh, the distortions are gone. Cool. So I see 3 guardians standing on this rock, looking in this direction. I'm like, that's weird. Guess they're hanging out and saying hi or something. I was like, okay, bye. And so I go on my merry way. And I start picking more spin metal. And I'm like, you know what? I want to explore whatever's going on in here. So I go in this next warehouse. And I start picking spin metal. Now, the Cosmodrome in Destiny 1, and it's such a shame that it's not in Destiny 2, it was built out to be a giant circle. So I would run this circuit of collecting spin metal. So I went through, so we were here, I rounded the corner, we were here, now I'm here, and so I wound up roaming all the way down here, all the way, so there was actually a pathway, all the way down here, coming all the way around, more spin metal, more spin metal, more spin metal, more spin metal, and then fighting monsters along the way. And then this is my circuit. This is what I would do day in and day out in the Cosmodrome. And I had so many pieces of spin metal, and I was very proud of that. Phoenix, hi, how are you doing? So I'm doing round 2. And I'm like, cool, I'm collecting a bunch of spin metal, and I'm back here at the Skywatch. And I round the corner again. And this time, I see a clump of 5 guardians in the exact same spot. And I'm like, huh. That's weird. So I go over here, and I'm collecting spin metal. And I see 5 different guardians, like completely different guardians. And they're standing on this rock, looking this way. I'm like, what is... That's odd. That's the second set of guardians I've come across that are just standing on that rock. Like, what's with that rock? I don't know. All right, see you guys. I'm going. So, I'm on my 3rd rotation. And I round the corner. And I see 4 different guardians standing on that rock. I'm like, what is this fascination with this rock? Is there some kind of unholy alliance between guardians and this rock? But these ones were actually shooting in this hole. And I'm like, this is the third set of Guardians I've seen on this rock, and now they're shooting at this hole. I have to ask. I've got to know. So I go in local chat, and I type in, "What are you guys doing?" And one of them responded, "Oh, this is the loot cave, and we're farming for engrams." I was like, what? And they're like, "Yeah, just stand here and watch. There's enemies that just pour out of this cave, and it's the perfect way to get engrams." And I was like, whoa. So I sat here for about 10 minutes watching what they were doing, and they weren't wrong, dude. The enemies kept coming. There was no end to the enemies coming out of this cave. And then by the end of 10 minutes, I went over here and my game started lagging. There were so many of those engrams on the floor. It was lagging my Xbox 360. I was like, wow, you guys found... How did you guys find out about this? Because, like, in my mind, I'm thinking, you know, I get it if, like, a community member, like, just, you know, found it and that, like, their clan was doing it. But, like, 3 sets of Guardians were standing here on this rock, and they must have all been shooting at this cave. So, this is what is known as the loot cave. People would spend hours farming for engrams, because remember when I told you about Destiny 1 Vanilla's engrams? You would pop them open and they weren't always guaranteed to give you the rarity of the engram that you received in the field. So as a way to counteract the poor RNG and the poor, like, it was just a bad system. So because the system was gaming the players decided to game the system back. And thus the loot cave was born. That was so frustrating too. It was, oh my god, Matthias, it was so incredibly frustrating. And it was just like, wow. So like the whole community came together. Like literally there was never an instance in the Skywatch where you didn't see a group of Guardians shooting into this cave. It went on for like 2 or 3 weeks or something along those lines before Bungie finally patched it. And so yeah, that's my story of how I found the loot cave. It was by complete accident. I was just wondering what all these Guardians were doing on this rock. But anyways, so with that story done, we have to fast forward in time now. So we were hovering around September 19th. Now we're gonna fast forward to October 10th, 2014 for my next hilarious story. So, October 10th, I get on Destiny, and guess who's in the tower? Yep, our one and only Xur. Xur, the weekend vendor, had returned. It was the weekend of mid-October. And I was like, I have strange coins enough to buy one thing. One singular odd item. So I go to Xur and I say, hey Xur, how are you doing? What's up? And so he shows me a stock of, did I write this down? I didn't write down all that he had. I just wrote down the 2 that I was that this story revolves around. So he was selling something for the Warlock, or something for the Hunters, something for the Titans, I don't know. And then he was selling like a random sniper rifle. I'm like, I don't do sniper rifles, so I'm not like, that's immediately a no-go for me. Like, I already did it once with the rocket launcher, and I found out, you know, hey, you know what? I actually do like this rocket launcher. But sniper rifles, like, I was bad at sniping in Halo. There's no way that I'm going to get myself there's no way I'm going to waste my money, my little amount of strange coins on a sniper rifle. So I look over, what is he selling for the Warlocks? Well, Sunbreakers. They just wouldn't leave me alone. They're like, Bias, Sen, you have enough money. Get it. You're not a solar warlock. We get it. But we're not going to stop pestering you. I'm like, fine. You win. Took the last remaining of my strange coins. And I said, buying Sunbreakers. So I did it. I was like, yeah, these are going into my vault. Whatever. But I'm satisfied. Then I decided to link up with my brother later that afternoon. And he was utilizing a sniper rifle. I was like, oh, where'd you get the sniper rifle? That has a very unique sound to it. And he was like, oh, I got it from Xur. It's called the Icebreaker. I was like, oh, that's cool. And he was like, yeah, it's really interesting because it regenerates its own ammo. So like even if you miss a shot, you literally just wait and it replenishes its own ammo. I was like, wait. You mean a sniper rifle that rewards me for bad sniping? And it sounds like that? Oh man, I made the wrong purchase. No, I have no more strange coins. No, I want the sniper rifle because it sounded so cool. And then, of course, it sold me on the fact that it regenerated its own ammo. I'm like, dude, I can kill things from like 1,000,000 miles away and I don't have to worry about ammo? I was like, oh, crap. And then I just heard the Sunbreakers laughing in my vault. And I'm like, of course. So I was like, you know what? No, I'm not going to let this stop me. I threw on the Rocky Balboa like training montage sound playlist. I put on my Destiny bandana and I was like, we're gonna no life the next 48 hours, because in case you guys don't know, in Destiny, so we're so used to Xur staying until weekly reset, which is Tuesday, but in Destiny 1 he left a Monday morning. Or was it Sunday morning? No, that's right, it was Sunday morning. So he got there on Friday at daily reset and left Sunday morning. So I'm like, I'm no-lifing this. I started speedrunning the bejesus out of strikes. Friday, like 6 hours in strikes. Saturday, 8 hours in strikes. And so I'm sitting there grinding. I'm like, we gotta get these strange coins. I will not sleep until I get these strange coins and buy that sniper rifle with infinite ammo. Basically infinite ammo. So my training montage, eating, what was that? Sleeping, I don't know. A restroom break? Do I even have the systems for a restroom break? I don't know. I'm grinding hard. So Friday comes and goes. And I get about like 40% of the strange coins I need to purchase this icebreaker. And I'm like, all right, that leaves me 60%. 60% is all I need. I have all of Saturday. I got this. I cleared my schedule. No chores, no like going out doing anything. No friends, just grinding. So I'm doing this. And so it's like evening time, Saturday night. Destiny 1, he left Sunday morning, 10 in the morning. Yeah. So Saturday morning comes and goes. Saturday afternoon comes and goes. Saturday evening comes. And I'm like, I'm not done yet. But I'm starting to fall asleep, right? Like it's getting late at night and I'm like, oh crap. Like I need to finish this before I go to bed. But I'm falling asleep. I got maybe an hour left in me. I got like an hour left before like my body tells me, all right, I gotta pass out and I gotta sleep. And like I didn't trust myself to get the last things I needed Sunday morning. That was cutting it way too close. And so it was like do or die. I was like, I am like 85% of the way to buying Icebreaker. So I'm grinding. The minutes are ticking by, and I'm like, oh no, just a little bit more. Just gotta. And then the moment came. I needed but 4 more strange coins. We're loading in. I get Winter's Run, which is a strike mission on Venus, where you had to fight an Archon priest at the end of the mission. I go in and I'm like, 4 more is all I need. So I go through that mission and I get to the end and I blow the bejesus out of the Archon priest. And then at the end, there it was. At the end of any strike mission, you got 2 rewards. And it showed you right then and there. So first reward comes up on the screen. 4 strange coins. Baby, I got it. Let's go. We're gonna go to Xur. We're gonna buy the icebreaker. And everything's gonna be right with the world. I grinded my butt off to get icebreaker. And I was like, I don't even care what the second reward is. I got my 4 and I did my time. And then suddenly, the second reward pops up. Icebreaker. What? It gave me icebreaker with the 4 strange coins. I was like, what do I even do now? I grinded on. They just gave it to me. It was peak. I was out of my chair. I was hype AF. I was so worried I wasn't gonna get icebreaker, and the game decides, you know what? We're just gonna give it to you. Here you go. You grinded how many hours? Friday and Saturday? Here's your reward. So I kept those strange coins for something else. I don't remember what I purchased in a later Xur meeting, but that is my icebreaker story. And boy, I loved that gun. That gun was so fun to use. So you can imagine my shock and awe when they brought it to Destiny 2. I was like, nothing on this planet is going to stop me from playing what was it, Vesper's Host, to get my icebreaker in Destiny 2. Which again, I apologize. I should show you what the icebreaker looks like. I have it right here in my inventory on me always. Let me show you what it originally looks like. So this, my friends, is the icebreaker. This is the sniper rifle that has basically infinite ammo because it generates its own over time. Now, they did change it up a little bit on how the ammo regenerates. It's kind of conditional now, where beforehand in Destiny 1 there was no condition. You just sat and waited. But this is my baby. The only sniper rifle I have ever truly loved. Because the Halo sniper rifle I sucked at. I was so determined to... Panda's right. And Panda was there for this. I was so determined to get this icebreaker that I attempted contest mode Vesper's Host. Any Guardian that got through contest mode of Vesper's Host was guaranteed to get this gun at the end. Guaranteed! But I failed. I did fail. I will say that. There was no heroic ending at the end of Vesper's Host. I failed completely. The final fight was just way too much for me to handle. So, but as you can see, I eventually got it. So, I was very proud of myself. And I was very proud that I actually attempted contest mode, which is the hardest mode that Bungie releases for a limited time when they release like a new raid or dungeon. They have like a 48-hour contest mode, which just takes the difficulty up to 11. I don't think I've ever been able to beat a contest mode anything, really. Oh, wait, no, maybe I did do one. I don't remember. So that was my story on October 10th, 2014. And I was super proud of that. Then, our next story takes us to the Vault of Glass, which is the first raid that ever happened in Destiny. And it is still something I hold very near and dear to my heart. So much so, I attempted contest mode Vault of Glass as well. I mean, you got the weapon, and now all your coins for your next weekend with Xur? Exactly, Matthias, exactly. Sen, did your parents hear you going nuts when you got the icebreaker? Probably, Slushy. Cries in no Iron Banner in inventory. Oh no. He was so, yeah, determined. No, you, Mark, and I did contests. Oh yeah, that's right, Panda. We did do Sunder Doctrine contest. Did a second contest weekend because it was down on the PlayStation. That's right. Was it blind? No, but we did it. Exactly. So welcome everybody to the very first raid in Destiny's history, called the Vault of Glass. Now, this raid, so some backstory. Before Halo, I was a Nintendo nerd. I did not know what a raid was. I didn't understand MMO mechanics. Never played an MMO prior. Well, no, I take that back. ESO. That's right. ESO did come before Destiny, or did it? No. ESO came way after Destiny. Wait, did it come? Yeah, way after Destiny. Never mind. Don't mind me. I don't know what I'm talking about. So, I did not understand the concept of a raid. Whereas a lot of PC MMO guys, they knew exactly what a raid was. So the Vault of Glass is a 6-player activity that requires skill and coordination to get through the trials and tribulations of this massive dungeon. Now, in Destiny 1, this whole area that you see before you on Venus was a public zone. So literally people would come, and we can't access this part over here because of a wall, but this was the patrol area of Venus. So you can come over here at any time when you're patrolling, and you would find people, other guardians here in this spot. And the crazy thing, this is how I found out about what the Vault of Glass was all about, is I was roaming and I was farming materials like I usually did. A material called Spirit Bloom here on Venus. And I was going around one time and I saw a group of guys, 6 of them, running from this mysterious spot over here to somewhere over here. And when they did, enemies started spawning, and I was like, huh, that's weird. So, me being a new Destiny player, because everybody was a new Destiny player at that time, I decided to see what these 6 people were up to. And they all seemed to be running towards these mysterious plate things. And I was like, oh, there's lights coming on from this plate thingy. Okay. And so then enemies started spawning just like this. And I was like, oh, hey, I don't know what these guys are doing, and I don't know what these lights are, but I'll help these guys. Why not? So I helped these guys. Didn't know who they were. I was just there, killing off these enemies. And slowly but surely, I know you guys won't be able to see it here because I won't be able to activate all three rings all at the same time without these guys taking the rings back. So this was basically a game of King of the Hill. And you had to take control of these 3 plates from the Vex here. And of course the Vex are very mad when you touch those plates. And right here, wait, right here, I think it's right here, somewhere here, a giant spire starts being built from the ground up. And after I believe 3 minutes of building, and the building only happens if you have control over all 3 plates, then a giant beam comes out of that pillar and slams right into this door that's right here. And I saw this happen. And you can see in the middle of the door, there's like a receiver node for light. So when this receiver node gets hit with light, this door opens. And I saw all 6 of these people running into this door. And I was like, oh, can I join too? No. It blocked me. And I was like, well, that's weird. What? Why were six people running in this doorway? Like, what is this? And then that's when I found out that's the location of this quote-unquote raid that I heard so much about. So initially I didn't have any desire to do a raid because I wasn't in a clan and I didn't know a lot of people who played Destiny. And in fact, in my Destiny 1 days, prior to the Rise of Iron expansion, I only knew my brother. Only my brother and I played. So sometime right before the first expansion came out, called The Dark Below, my brother was like, hey, I want to take you through the Vault of Glass raid. And I was like, well, that's a great idea, but isn't that for like 6 people? He was like, yeah, I got 6 randos from an LFG, or sorry, 4 randos from an LFG, and then it would be you and I. And I was like, oh, okay. Do you think I'm ready? Like, I've never done a raid, and it sounds like there's pretty complicated mechanics, and I don't know if I'm gonna be. And he's like, nah, you'll be fine. It's fine. Just come with us, even if you mess up. I know how to do this already. Like, I've raided a bunch of times with a bunch of randos. I'll even help you. I'm like, okay. So then I go in and I'm like, whoa, like this, there's like an intricate cave system in the Vault of Glass. And I'm just like, whoa, look at, oh my god, oh. And then we come to this like middle room, right? And this is like where most of the Vault of Glass is held. There's like 3 encounters, like three different, I guess you could consider them boss encounters, just for simplicity's sake. I know there's only 1 boss you fight, but like it's 3 objectives. So you have to get through the first objective, the second objective, and then the final objective, which is actually a boss encounter. So we fight this thing called the Templar. It's this giant Vex construct with like a bunch of shielding on it. And I'm just like, I don't know what I'm doing. And then I was just listening to my brother say, okay, shoot him down, shoot him down. I'm like, I'm shooting, I think I'm doing something. And so we finally kill the Templar, and I was like, wow, that was a good final boss. And then everybody in the voice call started giggling, and they're like, that wasn't the final boss, that was the mid boss. And I was like, that was only the middle of it? I was like, this is already longer than the campaign. And so we were gathering our loot from the Templar, and everybody was like, oh, did you get it? Did you get it? And I was like, I don't. They were asking each other, right? And so I wasn't paying attention. And so I picked up my loot, and I got this weird, like, bizarre hand cannon called it the Fatebringer. And I was like, oh, hey guys, like, sorry to butt in, but I got this thing called the Fatebringer. Is this any good? Oh my god, oh god, he got the Fatebringer, dude, that's what we were looking for. I'm like, oh, I guess it's a good gun then. They're like, yeah, that's the gun everybody's going for in this in this raid. And so I have a Fatebringer with me. I just need to find it somewhere in here. Oh my god, where is my Fatebringer? Why is everything grayed out? Oh, there's my Fatebringer. So here's the Fatebringer. So this little guy. This is what everybody was clamoring for. And the reason everybody was clamoring for it, so you have to understand that Destiny 1's weapon format was very different than what we know today. So in this slot was strictly kinetic weapons, nothing else, just kinetic. In this slot was elemental weapons. So you see how that the red number, there's like a little fire insignia right next to it. This is where all your elemental weapons live, the ones that had like magical elements to it. And then this is where all of your heavy weapons live, like your rocket launchers and things. So the reason why people were going absolutely ballistic for the Fatebringer is because the Fatebringer was a hand cannon that had an arc element on it. So it was electrical, but it was in the kinetic slot. So you could theoretically put an elemental weapon in this slot, which was unheard of back then. Absolutely unheard of. So that was one of the reasons why everybody was frantically trying to get the Fatebringer, because you could then rock an arc hand cannon with a solar other elemental weapon. Because in Destiny 1, these are in Destiny 2 too, but in Destiny 1, enemies had very difficult elemental shields that could only break easily if you shot it with the matching element. So having an arc element and a fire element, and then maybe have a void element for your heavy, suddenly you had the entire rainbow of elements that could take on any shield, any shielded enemy that you came across. That was huge back then. And so here I am, I don't know what I'm doing, and I get this little gun called the Fatebringer, and the entire call erupted, and being like, I can't believe you got, dude, I've been trying for I don't know how long, trying to get this thing. It just won't drop for me. And I'm like, oh. The maze, the Gorgon's maze. Fatebringer is such a good one. Excuse me. That is my story on how I got Fatebringer and how I went through the Vault of Glass the very first time. Now, over the course, I'm going a little ahead of myself, but we'll backtrack, don't worry. Over the course of Destiny 1's life cycle, there is an exotic. Remember when I was talking to you guys about the exotic engrams? There is actually an exotic weapon exclusive to the Vault of Glass. In my entire time in Destiny 1, even if I were to load up Destiny 1 right now, my entire time I have never got that exotic weapon from the Vault of Glass to drop. Never. It's called the Vex Mythoclast. And I tried, towards the end of Destiny 1's life cycle, I tried desperately to get that gun, and it would not drop for me. Was it blind? Oh, no, that was earlier. I never played Destiny. That's okay. Neon, first off, hello. And yeah, a lot of Brushtail Brigadiers have never played Destiny before. But since Destiny's live service updates are ending forever, I thought this was a perfect time to pay tribute to one of my favorite games of all time. I would probably, I don't know, unironically, it probably is my second favorite game of all time. My first being Super Mario RPG. Like that one's untouchable. But Destiny 2 is probably my second favorite game of all time. I like a huge chunk of my life was me growing up with this game. This game has been going on for almost 12 years now. And to know that it's ending its service is mind-boggling to me. I mean, the game as we know it now is just going to persist for at least for now, but it's never a surefire thing that the servers are going to remain online. But anyways, getting off topic. So that's my Vault of Glass story. Let me see where we are in the bullet points. Dude, we haven't even touched this thing yet. We're still in like the first chapter. Oh, that concludes all the bullet points from Destiny 1 vanilla launch to the first expansion. So this next one, The Dark Below. Oh, the fun with The Dark Below. So The Dark Below was Destiny's first expansion. It came out December 9th, 2014. And it was an okay expansion. I honestly don't recall much of the story. I know it revolved around the like one of the main hive gods called Crota. And I don't know if I am going to be able to showcase. We can at least go into it. But the real highlight for this expansion is the raid, Crota's End. So after my escapades in the Vault of Glass and me loving the Vault of Glass, my brother tells me that a new raid is coming in this new expansion called The Dark Below. And the raid is going to be called Crota's End, where we actually fight Crota. Now, at this point in the lore, we've heard a lot about Crota and how he just slaughters Guardians, which is us. And he just, like, laughs it off. He's got this evil sword that Guardians just fall to every single time. Peak 3 story mission expansion? Wait, was it just 3 story missions? Dude, Wolf, I will be completely honest. I don't remember much about the story of The Dark Below. So, welcome to Crota's End. This raid was phenomenal. It was, well, I say it's phenomenal because my brother and I have very fond memories of cheesing the bejesus out of this raid in Destiny 1. Shinobi! I will take that and stuff it into my fur. So, this raid was quote-unquote so broken that two people could easily beat this raid. So the first part of this raid in Destiny 1, you go down this giant hole in the ground, and you'll see it right here. See this giant hole? We go down this giant hole in like this magical elevator, and we get set into a room of pure darkness. Like, it's very hard to see. There's very minimal light. It's very dark. And it's basically like this maze in the dark that you had to traverse until you got to the end where there's like this giant bridge and this giant door of light that opens up. And so how my brother and I used to cheese it is like in the very first part of this maze, there's like this little itty bitty tiny rock. And so you could jump. So here's the thing about this maze is you get a debuff in this maze where you cannot jump very high, and you can't run. But there's these little sacred lanterns inside the maze. And the first one just so happens to be by this little tiny rock. So what we would do is we would trigger this lantern and it would illuminate, casting aside the darkness and allowing us to jump and run. So what we would do was we would climb up this little rock, and the rock was so close to the lantern that we would still get hit with the healing light, which allowed us to jump. So we were able to go from the rock to the top of the maze to walk along its wall to get to the end. And that's how we would complete that encounter. So like this crazy arduous like 7-minute long maze encounter, we would literally just skip. We would go on the maze wall, we would traverse the perimeter, and then we would make it to the bridge and go through the door of light. Easy. Done. Then the next one was super funny. So we would go through this door of light and it would teleport us to this like ancient castle, like green mystic castle looking thing. So you had like this castle in the distance, right? And then you had this like little station on our side, and in between the little station that we were at and the giant castle on the other side was this giant void moat, like just nothing there, and this large chasm. And in this encounter, we had to build a bridge to get from our side to the other side. And as you can imagine, it's a six-man activity, so there were mechanics involved. However, we figured out how to cheese it. So there's this part that you were able to, I forget exactly how we had to do it originally. They got patched, but originally what we would do is we would get this like hive sword and we would scale like this wall on our side, and we would get high enough where you could swing your sword, the hive sword, over and over, and it would like propel you forward, so you're basically flying in the air. And so you would just do that, and then suddenly you were on the other side of the bridge, like you were on the castle side. But there was a problem with it. So my brother would be the one to do the sword and fly across, but there's only one sword, and once you have the sword across the bridge, you can't get it back. So what we found out, thanks to the community, is that if you got high enough in altitude on the little outpost side, if you got high enough in altitude, then the game would no longer register as a player being on the outpost side. And so that was the trigger. If the game detected no guardians on the outpost side and only guardians on the castle side, then it would skip the bridge building and go to the final sequence, which was just to kill 2 giant hive ogres. And so that's what we wound up doing. There was this method. I basically, every time we did this, I had a Skyrim horse my way up this like craggly rock wall. Like we're talking like all the way, for an example, like I had to go from all the way down there to all the way up here, just to give you an example of like the height. And there was like this craggly stone rock wall that was lining one of the portions of the wall that had like these little bitty things where I could just barely stand on it. So I would be hopping up, hop, and finally get on top. And it was great because I would pull out my icebreaker, and with the icebreaker being a sniper, I was able to shoot the ogres from my side to help my brother defeat them on the castle side. And then once the 2 ogres were defeated, the encounter was over. And so when the encounter's over, like there's this check. Like the game is like, well, if the encounter's over, then the bridge must be built. And it was like this fail-safe where it's like, oh, the bridge isn't here, but the encounter's over. It must be a glitch. Let's build the bridge. So then it would build the bridge, and I would just like walk over. At least I think that's what happened. I don't think I had to. Yeah, it would have had to, because the sword was on the other side. So that's how we would do that encounter. And then the final encounter was fighting Crota himself. And thanks to the Gallarhorn, the rocket launcher I didn't want to purchase when Xur sold it, actually was the perfect weapon to take out Crota, because with 2 Gallarhorns, you're easily able to defeat the guy with just 2 people. I mean, the Gallarhorn was that strong back then. I mean, it's still kind of strong today. So that's my experience with the Dark Below. Like, I don't think I have any other stories behind besides that one. It was kind of a very quick expansion. But then now we move on to May 19th, 2015, where we get revealed more about Morosov, which was that queen that we encountered in the very first one. So this was all about Morosov and her I guess capture. So she actually captured an entire house of fallen, so like an entire legion of fallen, which have always up until this point have always been our enemies. And so this expansion was called the House of Wolves. So she had captured a house called the House of Wolves, and they were supposedly loyal to her. But they really weren't, because when the expansion starts, the House of Wolves actually betray her and her people and almost assassinate her. And so the whole point of the House of Wolves is that Marasab, the queen, is pissed. And she's like, I want the one who was responsible for this coup, I want basically his head. So she calls on us to take care of him. And so that's basically the premise of the story. And I must say it was miles better than the original D1 vanilla story, because I could actually follow it. It wasn't the best, but it was at least coherent. And I was like, thank you. This was also the moment where, like, I fell in love with this character named Varix, who was introduced to us in the House of Wolves. And the reason I liked Varix so much is because he was the first fallen vendor that we could buy things from. He was the first fallen ally that we ever had. And I was like, oh my god, this is like, all these guys used to shoot at us, and now we have one that's actually nice to us. I like this guy. And then this was also the moment that we were introduced to a new PvP mode, which I very seldom play because I am very bad at PvP, called the Trials of Osiris. And although I never really got into it because I'm more of a PvE guy, I hear that Destiny 1 Trials of Osiris was peak. PvP players were raving about Trials of Osiris for months and months and months and months. And that is one of the reasons why we have Trials of Osiris back in Destiny 2, was because everybody loved Trials of Osiris. And at this point, we also got a new game mode called the Prison of Elders, which was a brand new game mode for loot, and it was really cool. I really liked it. It was like this 4-round dungeon crawl, all culminating to a boss fight at the very end. And what was cool about it is, like, the 4 rooms that you went into were always randomized. So it was always a fresh experience whenever you went in. Dismantle mines, yes. How about this? You guys remember, for those that played D1, do you guys remember when Bungie accidentally, like, didn't normalize one of Varix's lines? And it was Psylocke, the Defiled, thirsts for your light. And dude, that line was like 10 times louder than any other voice line in the entire game. And I do not know why, but it was always a funny meme. I will never forget that. And I'm super happy that in D2's Prison of Elders, you have a chance to fight a Taken version of Psylocke the Defiled. So I'm like, dude, the nod. I like it. Okay, so that's all the bullet points I have for House of Wolves. At this point in my Destiny story, um, I felt like Bungie was starting to do this habit thing where they were doing like 3 or 4 good steps in the right direction, but 1 step backwards. And if that sounds familiar to you guys, yes, unfortunately, Bungie never broke that habit and only got worse as the years went on. But at least House of Wolves felt like it was going in the right direction. And then we moved to one of my favorite expansions of all time. We moved to September 15th, 2015, The Taken King. I adored this campaign. It brought in a new faction called The Taken. And it was basically like these weird, creepy, zombified versions of the enemies that we've all fought for months now. And they had all new powers and all new creepy movement. And I loved it. And it introduced the series, one of the main antagonists for the entire series, by the name of Oryx, a god of the hive, and somebody that was very terrifying, because at this point a lot of us lore junkies in the Destiny community knew about Oryx. Like, Oryx had been whispered more than once in game and in the lore pages, which, by the way, lore page, you know how anybody who's played Destiny knows the convenience of the lore tab, and you go in here and you read a bunch of lore that gives you context to what you're doing in game. It doesn't tell the full story, but it just gives background information that only helps enrich the story that's being told in the present campaign. If you can believe this, these lore books in Destiny 1 could only be accessed on their website. So you would find these little collectibles on the floor. You're like, oh, dude, look, there's a lore book. And you would pick it up. And then on the bottom of the screen, it would say, please visit bungie.net to read more about what this lore book has to say. But yeah, so with the Taken King, it actually brought the first major compelling story that really gave flesh to what the darkness could be. Where before it was like this nebulous thing, and then before that it was like the mutant jello that was floating in the Black Garden. Now, seeing Oryx and his sheer ferocity in that campaign, I was like, oh, if this darkness is worse than Oryx, then we're kind of in trouble, because Oryx is pretty brutal. Now I know my biggest critique from, and I should state this, like, even though I hail The Taken King as one of the best stories ever told in Destiny, it still had a lot of flaws, specifically Act 2. And this would be a reoccurring trend in Destiny's storytelling until Beyond Light, in Destiny 2, where Bungie, for some reason, was never able to make Act 2 of their stories land. And what it took shape in The Taken King is Act 1 was very compelling. You go to this new place, things are blowing up, Cabal, which are these tanky beast creatures that never shy away from a fight, are suddenly running away from like wherever they're going. They're like not even paying attention to you. Like, these are people that would like try to stomp on your head. any chance they got. And to have these beastie space turtles running away from something, not even paying attention to you, like literally running away, like past you. They see you and they're just booking it. And you're like, what's going on? Like the Cabal never run. And furthermore, they never run from us. They're always shooting. And now they're just running past me like I'm not even a threat. And scared out of their mind. And then the end of Act 1 concludes with this epic moment and reveal of the Taken King himself. And it is just this terrifying moment because you have this really dark room and you have our friend Eris, who is an amazing character. She's always been a little weird. She's always been fascinated with Hive. She's in your ear, like losing her mind, saying weird things like fingertips across the surface of my mind, and you're like, Eris, are you okay? Like, you're like really freaking out right now. And then as soon as she says that, like Oryx makes his debut right in front of you. And he's like, oh, you guys are so pathetic. I don't even, like, you're not even worth my time. Here, I'm gonna sick one of my minions on you. And then there's like this giant Taken guy that you've never seen before just starts slamming you, and you're like, oh my god, all right, well, this is happening. So that's how Act 1 concludes. The problem I have with the Taken King, and the problem I did have with the Taken King, is Act 2. So Act 2, you basically have to try to find your way onto Oryx's ship, because now that Oryx is in the solar system, you're like, dude, we gotta stop this guy. Like, Eris is freaking out and saying weird things that I don't even understand. And like he's planning on destroying the entire city, and that's like super bad. So Act 2 has you like doing this like scavenger hunt to try to get pieces for a special ship that you could fly into Oryx's like main base of operations. But the thing that I could not, like, the thing that took me out of the moment was that you had to keep going back to the tower to get these next mission objectives. And it was just so frustrating because, like, literally the cutscene before, you have, like, everybody freaking out that Oryx is in the system and that, like, this is literally the end of days. And then you go to the tower and there's all your NPC friends and they're just casually doing, oh, Guardian, good weather today, isn't it? Oh, Guardian, are you gonna go and test out a new weapon today? I'm like, bro, literally the other cutscene ago, which was like, I don't know, 3 minutes ago, you were freaking out like everybody else, saying that it's the end of the end times, and now you're asking me in the tower, like, how's the weather? Like, literally, we're on the verge of destruction. So that was my biggest complaint with the Taken King. It felt like there wasn't any real weight in Act 2 because everybody was acting normal. Now eventually Bungie learned and they stopped having Guardians go to the tower in the middle of a campaign. Instead, they kept us off of the tower and got the objectives like directly on the planet that we're like trying to save. And bossing say, yeah, Phoenix, that always bugged me the most. But then Act 3 was like a banger, dude. It was literally you could the Oryx boss fight reminded me of a Ganon fight from Legend of Zelda. It was so epic. And I really wish that they did more in that direction for campaign, like final endgame campaign bosses. Because, oh my god, dude, that was amazing. Okay, so I have several bullet points here. So I went through the story, took us too much back to the tower, no one doing anything, lots of changes, remember it fondly, felt like Destiny. Yes, it felt like This was the first expansion where I could see Destiny's potential. And I loved every moment of it. I was like, if this keeps getting better and better, this is literally going to be the best game in all of gaming history. Like straight up. Um but remember what I said from House of Wolves. So Bungie did a lot of great things in Taken King, but decided to take one step back because there was a giant complaint I had, and not a lot of people remember this because it was so short-lived, thank God. But this was Bungie's first attempt at sunsetting, where year one guns could not get past light level 350. If you wanted to get to the new max, which was 450, I think it was 450, then you had to get all year two weapons. And so it made an unintended consequence. And it's like, well, what about our exotics? All right, you want us to sunset, like soft sunset all these weapons, but what about our exotics? So Bungie introduced this new thing for Xur called the Exotic Blueprint Service. And basically what you would do, and this got on everybody's nerves, is you would turn in your year one exotics, and Xur would give you a year two exotic in return. Now, he had a curated roll of blueprints every week, but the big issue that the community had was when you submitted your year one exotic weapons to him, and he would give you a year two equivalent, it would erase all of your experience on the weapon back down to 0. So you would have to go and level it again. Which, yes, weapons in Destiny 1 had their own experience bars. So in order to unlock, so you know how we enjoy the perks on weapons nowadays, how they're just there, you randomly roll them and then they're just there, and then you can like pick your own if it's got like multiple perks like this one. All perks were locked until you leveled the weapon. So you could unlock column 1 at like level 3, column 2 at level 6 or something, or whatever. There wasn't actually numbers, but just to give you like a frame of reference of like what you needed to do. So you actually had to use the weapon to unlock all the perks on it, which, I mean, on paper sounds cool, but the way they did it, it didn't work. And so like to have all of your hard working exotics that you like poured your heart and soul into to max out the XP on it suddenly was being erased right before your very eyes. But you had to do it in order to get your weapons to the new light level. It was mind-bogglingly annoying. Let's see here. I have a bullet point here. It says, roughly at this point, I began my journey as a Bungie Forums activist, posting ideas and feedback to Bungie. That's true. I'm actually shocked that like the Bungie moderators didn't ban my posting, because back then, starting with the Taken King and going into Destiny 2, I was like posting a lot of stuff on their forums to try to be like, hey, you guys, like, this is all good ideas, but this one thing is really dumb and stupid. Like, here's how I would change it. Like, here's my idea on how to make it better. But yeah, I was flipping annoying back then. Not in terms like I would just shout at Bungie and just say they're stupid. No. It was just like the sheer volume of how much I was posting on their forums to try to like get somebody to listen. Like, hey, this is a bad idea. Red flags, not a good idea. Like reverse course. Fox yells at Bungie office building. Exactly. Eris might be a little weirdo, but she's our little weirdo. Exactly. Oh, there was also, okay, so I do have it's during this time, I'm pretty sure it's during the Taken King, that I had one of the greatest PvP moments with my brother that I will never forget. So, D1, Taken King, PvP, I think it was Iron Banana. So, that's the community name for it anyways. Iron Banner is a game mode that comes around very not every week do you get an Iron Banner. It's usually like once a month kind of deal. So my brother and I are going into Iron Banner, and we load up. Iron Banner is a 6v6 game mode where you capture points, and as long as you hold the points, so there's 3 points on the map. At the start of each match, if nobody has, like, if you get a kill with no points taken, like no capture points taken, you get 1 point per enemy kill. If you have one capture, that's 2 points per enemy kill. Two capture points is 3 points per enemy kill, and then if you have all, then it's like 4 points. So there's value in having these capture points. So what had happened in this PvP match is all of our team left. 4 people on our team just straight up left. So it was a team of 6 versus my brother and I. And we're like, well, flip. We're kind of screwed. So we decided to stick together. So the map was a map called the Rusted Lands. I'm pretty sure it's the Rusted Lands, right? Yeah, Rusted Lands. And there is a capture point on the second floor of this destroyed apartment building thing. It's right next to a thing of water, like there's like water nearby. We decided to post up in this ruined apartment building. And I distinctly, I don't remember what he had equipped, but I had the Thorn. The Thorn is this poison hand cannon that I absolutely adore. It's my favorite hand cannon in the game. And in fact, I don't know why I'm just telling you about it when I can literally just show you. So let me see here. Where is my Thorn? This is another weapon that came to Destiny 2 that I never thought would come to Destiny 2 because it was such a nightmare in Destiny 1. So this is the Thorn hand cannon. It shoots these poisonous spikes, and this was the gun that I went in most with in PvP. I don't know how, but despite only having one capture point, my brother and I managed to win that Crucible match 2v6. And it was, to this day, the craziest PvP story I have in Destiny. I don't play Destiny PvP a lot, but that was a story. Dear boy, hello, how are you doing? Welcome on in. When Tail? Oh my goodness. When Swish, maybe? Aslan, hi. Okay. So that happened towards the end of the Taken King. I will never forget it. Then first world problems hit. Rise of Iron, the next Destiny expansion. September 20th, 2016. I'm hit with the dilemma. I'm playing Destiny on an Xbox 360. Bungie has announced that they will no longer be supporting Xbox 360. That if I wanted to play Destiny Rise of Iron, I would have to upgrade to either a PlayStation 4 Or what was it? The Xbox One at the time? I'm like, Flip, I don't have any of those. Like, what do I do? I'm not sure what I'm going to do here. So I thought, do I get an Xbox One or do I get a PlayStation 4? Because there is no reality where I do not play Rise of Iron. So I looked at Xbox One. I'm like, there's no real games that interest me. And then I look at PlayStation 4. I'm like, well, Spyro's on there. Final Fantasy games are on there. Okay. I'll get a PlayStation 4. So that's what I did. Got a PlayStation 4. One of the reasons specifically to play Destiny 1 Rise of Iron. So I jump on. I'm a little sad. I'm a little sad at this point because my brother didn't want a PlayStation. There was nothing on PlayStation that particularly interested him. He got an Xbox One. So this is the point of Destiny where I was not able to play with him, and I was big sadage because like he was the only one that I knew who played the game. And so I was gonna go on a solo mission in Rise of Iron, sadly. So Rise of Iron drops, and I look at it, and I'm like, this is Destiny perfected. This is the potential I have always seen in Destiny. They are understanding, Bungie finally understanding what Destiny is. This is pinnacle. This is peak. I could not ask for anything better. I was floored by the story. Story was nearly immaculate. Still kind of weak in the second act, but first act, third act, oh my god. Nailed it. They introduced Siva and the Plague Lands. Oh my god, you guys, the Plague Lands. We gotta return to orbit for this. The Plague Lands. Ooh. Alright. We need, I'm actually gonna go and look for this in the portal, surprisingly. Because sadly, Bungie never completed the Cosmodrome as a patrol space. So now I gotta go find it here, because this is the only place I can show you. Where is... I'm looking for the Devil's Lair. Alright, good. Matchmaking off. We're gonna go right into the Devil's Lair, and I'm going to showcase to you guys exactly what I found. So, Rise of Iron... Bungie said that they were adding a new patrol space called the Plague Lands, where Siva has infected everything. And I was like, ooh, this sounds interesting. They're like, you could find the Plague Lands on Earth. And I was like, cool, I like Earth. Earth has the Cosmodrome. I love the Cosmodrome. And then they told me that in order to access the Plague Lands, you would need to go through the Cosmodrome. And I was like, wait, what? An expansion to a patrol zone? And that's what the Plague Lands were. It doubled the size of the Cosmodrome, and the Cosmodrome was already big to begin with. So literally, this is the closest we had ever gotten to like true open world. So we're back at the Cosmodrome, my favorite place of all time. And now imagine, so Siva, for those that that's never played, Siva is like this living, breathing red nanite infection. It's all technical, but the infection spreads like a weed. So in the Cosmodrome, starting with the Rise of Iron, Siva was out of control and starting to grow everywhere. And so you had these weird, bizarre tech vines. It was like tech rotting, but growing like they were plants. Weirdest thing in Destiny, by far. Visually, the weirdest thing that came to Destiny. And so my beloved Cosmodrome is getting infected by this weird vine tech red with like these blooms. Like the vines had these weird pyramidal square flower things that were gray and mechanical. It was just super bizarre. And so I was exploring, and I could not believe that to get to the Plague Lands you had to go into the patrol zone of the Cosmodrome. So this is a place in the Cosmodrome called the Rocket Yard, and this is how you were able to access the Plague Lands. And so if you came over here, and it was easily missable, by the way. So you go through here. Let me get rid of some of these enemies. And you would come over here. And you had this wait, was it here or was it over here? Yeah, it was actually right here. No. Yeah, it was right here. So see this wall? Excuse me. Telling a story over here. Get lost. Okay. So, you explore this Cosmodrome many times through your play session. And so this is how it looked prior to Rise of Iron. Random area, nobody would ever come over here. This was dead area. Never explored. Right here. This section right here that I'm shooting. This tiny sliver section. In Rise of Iron, this was busted open. The Fallen, which I just killed over there because they were sniping me, had cut like this little tiny, look at, I barely fit through it. Like the hole was here to here. They sliced this little thing into this wall, and this was the entrance to the Plague Lands. Like just some obscure wall in this no man's land that nobody ever explored except weirdos like me who was like picking up spid metal right here. So you had this little slice in this wall, and you went through the wall, literally. Like there's this little maze that you had to go through the wall. And then when you exited the wall, it just opened up into the Plague Lands. And so if you take a look here, so we're somewhere, it doesn't even show me, how sad. We're like literally right around here. This is where I'm at. So you see all of this with the Cosmodrome, all of this. See how massive this is? And then there's a whole other section right here that it just doesn't show anymore because Bungie never like put it in the game. For some reason, they thought it was smart to like cut off the Cosmodrome right here and cut it off here. And then let's like take out this whole area right here. So all of this is the Cosmodrome. Now imagine another Cosmodrome way over here. And I was like, you're telling me my favorite patrol space, which is all of this, just got doubled in size. You never saw me anywhere else. I was either in the Cosmodrome or the Plague Lands, hopping back and forth between the two. I was a super fan. I was getting spin metal on the Cosmodrome side. I totally forget what the Siva, it was like some Siva material that you got in the Plague Lands. And I was loving it. Oh, you guys should have seen it. Those of you guys who played Destiny 2, the Edge of Fate. Edge of Fate introduced the Plague Lands again, and I am so sorry for you guys whose first introduction to the Plague Lands was that version, because that version sucked eggs. Siva was dead. It looked like a lifeless husk of a place. The Plague Lands I knew in Destiny 1 was so lively. Lava flowing everywhere. Like this was it looked like Mordor in Destiny 1. Lava flowing out. You had these giant contraptions blowing smog into the air. It was beautiful. You had this red Siva infecting everything, which just complemented the glow of the lava that was just pouring out of these factories. Completely taken over by Fallen. You had these Fallen factories smelting weapons. There was even this really crazy public event called the Archon's Forge, which I love to death. It was like this little, it's funny now that I think about it. It was basically this forge that you could squeeze your way into. Like it wasn't easily found. It was kind of hiding in like the side area of the Plague Lands. And it was basically a broom closet of an arena. Little tiny place, but you could farm there for like rare materials, rare gear and all this stuff. And it was like this it almost reminded me of like a Prison of Elders boss, where you're just in this like little tiny water closet of an arena, really cramped, but you had these like really cool like molten like lava flows on either side, and it was giving like this really nice ambiance. I think there were like little lava flow deposits on either side. And then in the middle was like this elevator that would like close up, and then it would like spawn more enemies, and then it would open up. It was like this dome thing. So think like a gladiator thing where like basement floors, the elevator rises, and then like there's a covered dome, and then it would like break open, and then boom, boss out of nowhere. And I would spend hours farming the Archon's Forge. It was a great game mode. Cosmodrome 2, Electric Boogaloo, the land. Yeah, unfortunately, we just got the lands, Panda, in Destiny 2. The lands instead of the Plague Lands. The portal is peak. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we're gonna get to that. We're definitely gonna get to that. So that was basically the conclusion of Destiny 1. So Rise of Iron was the last expansion that Bungie did for Destiny 1. And the reason I didn't start bawling like I am with this, like the final expansion for Destiny 2, is because we all knew that Destiny 2 was coming. Bungie was talking about it. People were hyping about it. I was super stoked. I'm like, dude, Destiny 2 is going to blow my mind. We had the Taken King, which is so S tier. We had Rise of Iron, which is a way beyond S tier. Rise of Iron was beautiful, story gorgeous. It like brought in a new social space, and it was just endgame was peak with the Plague Lands. Oh, dude, it was, and then we got Wrath of the Machine, which is a raid that unfortunately Destiny 2 players never got to experience. It's regarded as one of the best raids in all of Destiny history, and unfortunately will never, like, as Destiny 2 players, will never be able to see it ever again. Like, if you go back to Destiny 1, you'll be able to experience it. Now, me personally, I'm a bit biased. I thought Wrath of the Machine was great, but I loved Vault of Glass. Like, that was my baby. Wrath was fun, but if I had to choose Vault or Wrath, I'd choose Vault. And I know my opinion is wrong for a vast majority of Destiny players, but hey, I'm gonna stick with it. So, Taken King, Rise of Iron, Destiny perfected. On the horizon, Destiny 2. Oh my god, my hype was off the charts. I'm sitting there thinking, wow, dude, Bungie came so far from Destiny 1 vanilla, where we had crap story, questionable like loot grind decisions. And now we are at Rise of Iron, the peak of Destiny. Absolute perfection. And so when Destiny 2 was being announced and hype was going off the rails, I had no doubt in my mind. I was like, they're gonna take what they learned from Taken King. They're gonna take what they learned from Rise of Iron. They're gonna merge the two together, and this is gonna be it. Destiny is going to be the game. It's gonna surpass Halo. It's gonna cement itself as one of the most influential console games ever to have been created, and its legacy will go down in history. So, September 6th, 2017, I couldn't have been more hyped to see Destiny 2 on my screen, because if I'm not mistaken, Destiny 2 came to Steam, right? Wait, hold on, or did I start Destiny 2? Hold on, when did was Destiny 2 wait, did Destiny 2 launch on PC? Wasn't on Steam, it was an Activision split. Oh, wow. Okay, so I take it back. I'm misremembering. Typical. This is why I have my notes here, because I would have gotten the order all wrong. So Destiny 2 comes out. Oh, hype all over the place. I played through the story. The story was great, dude. I loved the Red War campaign. It was good. It may not have lived up to the hype that was the Rise of Iron campaign, but oh boy, dude, it was definitely a story. I really enjoyed it. And then I was on this high of this was great storytelling. I'm super stoked about this. And then the honeymoon period kind of came and went. And then I started realizing that something was very wrong with this game. The gameplay did not feel like Rise of Iron. It did not feel like Taken King. Instead, we had a system, if you can believe this, we had a system where it was primary weapons, heavy weapons. You had auto rifles, pulse rifles, hand cannons, scout rifles, kinetic. Same guns, but energy. Now, primary weapons are primarily there to help clear ads, but they don't do boss damage to bosses. So you had pea shooters, heavy weapons. Now this is crazy. So heavy weapons, so shotguns, for example, and sniper rifles were always in this slot, the energy slot. They were always heavier hitting. They were meant for more boss damage. than your pea shooters, which were just there to take out the rank and file. So, for whatever reason, and to this day, I don't know how this even got greenlit, they took all of the shotguns, the sniper rifles, the fusion rifles, all the weapons that were here in Destiny 1, they crammed them into the heavy slot. Fusion rifle. So we have rocket launchers, swords, grenade launchers, linear fusion rifles, and then also they crammed in shotguns, snipers, fusion rifles. I'm like, what? Why would you do that, Bungie? That, like, how are we going to defeat bosses if we have 2 pea shooters and a heavy, which don't provide a lot of ammunition to begin with? I was baffled. And then don't even get me started on what they did to ability regeneration. I came into this game because it was sold to me as Halo with space magic. I chose Warlock specifically for space magic. I love magic. And so, what are you doing over here? Go away. Go away. Just trying to see what we're doing over here. So I basically could have 2 birthday parties before my space grenade regenerated its energy. Where in Rise of Iron, it felt perfect. It wasn't too much, it wasn't too little, but I could tell that I was a warlock. I was using space magic. In Destiny 2 Vanilla, good luck. You use your grenade, you will sooner retire from your job because you're 65 years old than see your grenade back again. And so it became a detriment to use it, because it's like, well, if I whiff my grenade and my space magic goes elsewhere, like, I won't see my grenade again for the rest of the mission. So I was like, oh no, Bungie, what did you do? Like, what did you do to this game? How did you get it so wrong? You had Taken King. You had Rise of Iron. How did you get it all wrong? Like, this was worse feeling than Destiny 1 Vanilla. And oh boy, the community was upset. And rightfully so. I was very displeased. This was the most displeased I had been with Bungie ever. I was like, do you guys just forget that you guys made Rise of Iron? Like, what is often referred to as Destiny in its most perfect state? Like, the one that got the closest to its potential? What happened? I couldn't believe myself. And I was just like, well, alright, I guess. Now, there was one thing that was redeeming to me. One thing that counteracted how bad it felt to play Destiny at that time. D3, but instead of double primaries at launch, it's double special. So we'll have no ammo halfway through a mission. Oh my god. That's actually something that they're going to have to be careful about, because every Destiny launch that they've done has been an absolute disaster. So hopefully when D3 is made, not a disaster. But despite how I was feeling with Destiny, with this awful... Oh, and it compounded. The problem was compounded. So you know how I said earlier how Destiny 1 had these random rolls on these weapons? So here's the other thing that compounded the frustration with myself and the community at large, is they thought it was a good idea to get rid of random rolls. So every weapon had static rolls. Like this motif 41 in Destiny 1, Destiny 2 vanilla, the motif 41 would have the same rolls. Didn't matter if you got it a second time, same rolls. Friend had it, same rolls. So you got it and you were done. It felt awful. But for me, there was a redeeming quality to all the bad gameplay I was feeling. And it was this particular new Warlock exotic glove. It was called the Karnstein armlets. These puppies were my best friend in D2 vanilla. Why were these my saving grace? Because you look at it and it just reads melee and finisher final blows instantly grant cure and provide restoration for a short duration. Wow. Unpopular take, I'm sure, but I didn't mind it. I was okay with it because, with me being a warlock, I was more concerned with my abilities than I was my guns. So this is what kept me around. The Karnstein armlets. Now, when Karnstein armlets released in D2 vanilla, they were very different. So Vampire's Caress was something very different back then. So let me see, where is my notes? I have it right here. Horrible ability regen. Yep. Okay. So back in D2 vanilla, Vampire's Caress had the following ability, or this is what it did. So it said melee attacks, not kills, melee attacks grant health recovery and melee grenade and class ability energy. So you can see why these gauntlets were the gauntlets I immediately gravitated towards, because at least with these gauntlets, I was able to get my grenade up more than once every century. Because all I had to do was force palm my enemies and I was getting grenade energy. And I was like, this isn't the most fun, but you know what? I can deal with it. So the Karnstein armlets never left my Warlock the first expansion of Destiny. These puppies were glued to my hands. They did not leave. New exotics, I don't care. These ones allowed me to play my Warlock sort of like how it played in Destiny 1. That's all that mattered to me. So that was the debacle of the Destiny 2 launch. Let me see. Do I have any other fun stories for this section? Story was good, not great, but just good. Had some critiques with it, like longer stuff. Oh yeah, there was a segment where you like in the campaign where you lost all of your light powers, and I really liked it, but it didn't last for very long. I wish they would have dragged it out a little bit longer, and maybe instead of getting all of our powers back at the end of the first mission, like maybe piecemeal it, where it was like we were slowly regaining our powers over time. That would have been, I think that would have been super cool. But yeah, outside that, I was just kind of displeased, but I lived with it because I had the Karnstein armlets. All right, so now we're moving on, and so we're neck deep into Destiny 2 now, and now we're moving to Destiny 2's very first expansion, Curse of Osiris. So Destiny launched September 6th, 2017. We now move to December 5th, 2017. So a few months later, Curse of Osiris released. And this, my friends, my Brushtail Brigade, is the expansion that broke the Fox's back. I had played the campaign of Curse of Osiris, which it was whatever. All I know is it revolved around one of the most powerful warlocks in existence called Osiris. And we had to stop a Vex invasion happening on Mercury, of all places. So, brand new planet we were able to explore. Mercury was opened up to us. Beautiful looking place. Really loved the setting. But it was the smallest patrol space ever to have been built by Bungie in a Destiny game. And the story, I don't know, it kind of didn't make sense to me. I actually struggled to remember what we were doing. But I know Osiris had made clones of himself to try to traverse the Vex network to stop this Vex creature from doing something. And honestly, I don't remember much of it because all of my attention was focused on a few weeks later when they reworked my beloved Karnstein armlets. That's right, folks. Karnstein armlets was reworked in Curse of Osiris because they tried something. I forget what it was. And like they wanted to go away from abilities. It was at this point that they were still heavily into weapons, and so they didn't like the fact that it was giving, I guess they didn't like the fact that it was giving grenade energy. But Mercury is the microwave, yeah. Mercury being a metal shouldn't really be in the microwave. Oh yeah, definitely don't want to put Mercury in a microwave. So they changed the Karnstein armlets. So at one point it was melee attacks grant health recovery and melee grenade and class ability energy. Then the rework happened and it became melee kills instantly restore a large amount of health and continue to restore health for a short duration afterwards. And I was like, so are we just getting rid of abilities? Like Karnstein armlets made warlock abilities actually, I don't know, feel somewhat good. So this was the closest, this was the dark era for this warlock. This was the closest Bungie got to me breaking up with them. I left. When they changed the Karnstein armlets, I was like, I'm done. I am straight up done. I'm leaving Destiny and I'm not looking back. Like, the whole reason I got into this was for the space magic. I love the guns, don't get me wrong. I love the mixture between guns and space magic. But I was not going to play a game that was just going to axe, I mean, basically axe the fun of the space magic aspect of Destiny. Abilities were regenning so slow, supers so slow, and it was like, well, why do we even have space magic then? Like, why did you put space magic back into Destiny if this is where you were going to take it? So I was so upset and so fuming and so like I felt like I was being unheard. I was like, all right, fine. Then I'm going to leave. And I left. So whatever happened at the end of Curse of Osiris, I don't know. I wasn't there for it. And then we fast forward to May 8th, 2018, where the next Destiny 2 expansion came out, called Warmind. In Warmind, on March 27th, 2018. Oh, wait, no, March 27th. Oh, I didn't realize that. So I guess this happened before Warmind. So apparently a lot of people were complaining on how slow Destiny felt in this current soundbox. So on March 27th, which 2018, which was well past the time that I had left Destiny, they dropped a Go Fast update. Like it was dubbed the Go Fast update. So Guardians moved faster, their abilities regen faster, supers regen faster, ammo was more plentiful. And so I didn't know this go fast update happened because I was not there. But then May 8th, 2018 came around and Warmind came out, and I don't know what happened in Warmind. I mean, I know what happened later because eventually, as you can tell, I did come back. But I don't know what happened in Warmind. I wasn't there for Warmind. And so I was still gone. So that's my experience with Warmind. And then September 4th, 2018 rolls around. Forsaken. Guardians argue that Forsaken was the greatest expansion ever to happen in Destiny's history. They got rid of Forsaken, brought with it random rolls again, so all weapons had random rolls on it. Came with new abilities and stuff like that. Big deal. They got rid of the whole like everything smushed into this column. So they went back to the D1 system where kinetic weapons were up here, energy weapons were here, and then you had your heavy weapons. So they basically like brought Destiny 2 up to where Destiny 1 had ended, finally. But was I there for that? No. I was not there for Forsaken. I heard about Forsaken. I heard people raving about Forsaken. I had my brother trying to convince me to come back because Forsaken had changed all the bad decisions that Bungie had made with the Destiny 2 launch. And I was like, no, I have no interest in playing this game anymore. I felt burned. I felt unheard. I felt like how could a company be that like blind to what the community is looking for, where they thought Destiny 2 launch was what gamers wanted. I couldn't wrap my head around it. And so I didn't come back for Forsaken, at least the launch of Forsaken. So with Forsaken, they also introduced this new system called Seasons. So now every expansion was going to come with 4 seasons. So the first season to ever come out in Destiny was on the same day Forsaken came out, September 4th, 2018. The Season of the Outlaw. I know very little about the Season of the Outlaw since I was not there. The Karnstein omelet incident is what pushed me away. I didn't want to have anything to do with Destiny. Then we fast forward to December 4th, 2018, Season of the Forge. This introduced Ada 1. This also introduced the Black Armory Forges, of which I was not there at the beginning. Again, I was still away from Destiny. I was still fuming mad with the direction that they went. Even though my brother told me everything reversed, everything was fine, everything is going in the proper direction, and me, I just couldn't get beyond the idea of like, why was the wrong direction taken to begin with? Like, who thought that this was a good idea? And this period away from Destiny is really where my relationship with Bungie changed completely. Before this, I was willing to give them a pass on basically anything. I was a Bungie fanboy. I was like, Bungie can do no wrong. But after the Karnstein omelet incident from Destiny 2, I saw Bungie in a completely different light. I was like, my trust with them is broken. I don't even know if they know what they're doing. I had very rocky faith in Bungie at that point. And this is one of the reasons I did not want to come back, because I'm like, I'm exhausted. Like, I have been on their forum, like, Destiny 2 Vanilla's launch, I was more on the forums than I was playing the game. I was like, we need to reverse course. Like, here's my ideas, here's suggestions, here's feedback. Like, please take it. I'm giving it to you for free. Like, this, you guys had such a great thing going in Destiny 1. Like, how do you not look at Destiny 1 Rise of Iron and not see the potential that Destiny has? And so, yeah, I was exhausted because it felt like when Destiny 2 came out, it felt like we were actively fighting the devs. Like, the devs wanted to take it and I found out later it's not the devs, it was leadership. Bungie leadership had this crazy, I don't know, vision for Destiny that nobody wanted. And so it just felt like at one point we, like, Destiny, Halo and Destiny, it felt like we were a team. It felt like Bungie and the community were a team. And when Destiny 2 came out, it no longer felt like we were a team. It felt like we had to constantly be, like, blatantly telling Bungie what it is we wanted. And we were so confused as a community, and even to this day, a lot of us are still confused, because how did we go from Destiny 1 Bungie that seemed to know what, like, they had the room temperature of the gamers, and they knew what gamers wanted, to Destiny 2, which seemed like they were doing a guess and check system, and, like, trying to figure out what gamers wanted instead of just talking with us and, like, finding out directly, like, what we as the community wanted. And we were so baffled by this, because before it felt like they were genuinely receptive to what we had to say, and then post Destiny 2 it just feels like they didn't know what we wanted anymore. And it was like, we haven't changed, Bungie. We've been telling you the same thing over and over. Like, why does this seem like it's so foreign? It was almost as if Bungie had amnesia. That's the only way I could describe it, is Bungie had amnesia and didn't know who we were anymore. And we were more than happy trying to refresh that memory. We were very vocal. We were very open. Like, we knew what we wanted, and we knew that it's a live service game, and in order for a live service game to prosper, you have to have a relationship with the community. And we didn't want to hide anything from Bungie. We were like, hey, Bungie, this is what we're looking for. So that's basically the reason I left, is it felt like Destiny was no longer for me. It was going in a direction that I just didn't want to play anymore. And so finally, fast forward to March 5th, 2019, Season of the Drifter. I sat down and I was like, all right, there's a new game mode called Gambit. There's a lot of stuff here. All right, I'll jump back in. I'll see what this new age Destiny 2 is all about. I hear it's supposed to be just as good as Destiny 1 now. So I got in, and I was not feeling it, obviously. I was still jaded. But I felt Destiny 1 Rise of Iron in what I was playing. And I was like, all right, my brother 100% correct. Like, this is what I remember from Destiny 1. But I was still jaded and asking myself, how did Bungie get so much right by the end of Destiny 1's life cycle and get all of it wrong in Destiny 2? It was mind-boggling to me. So I came in you know, I say March 5th, 2019. That's when Season of the Drifter actually started, but I came in midway through the Season of the Drifter. I remember doing those forges. Those are so much fun. I miss my forges. Yeah. Taylor, did you ever do Niobe Labs? I'm about to get into that right now. In just a few seasons from now. So I got in Season of the Drifter. Now my brain always thinks that Season of the Drifter is the very first season to come to Destiny, but that's primarily because that's the season I jumped back in. So I decided to go back. I didn't do much of Season of the Drifter. I didn't do much of Gambit because I was too busy catching up on Forsaken. I had to go through the Forsaken campaign. I had to go through the Warmind campaign, which, I'll be honest, like I don't remember much from Warmind. I do remember fighting a giant worm in a strike mission. That much I do remember about the Warmind expansion. So I did the Forsaken expansion. I wasn't too surprised, or sorry, I wasn't too, yeah, I guess surprised by the Forsaken campaign, because I was told that the Forsaken expansion was like really good. But I don't know, the story of Forsaken didn't really, like, it was okay, but it was like, in my opinion, it was nothing to write home about. But I think the reason why everybody was clamoring about it is because Forsaken was the moment that Aldrin, Prince Aldrin, which is Marasav's brother, the Queen's brother, went and got corrupted by the darkness and then killed off the fan favorite character, Cade Six. Cade Six was the lifeblood of this game. He brought so much energy, so much character into the world of Destiny, and so they wound up killing off Cade in Forsaken. And I was pretty flabbergasted that they would kill off such a beloved character. But I didn't really care for the campaign because what I was really kind of annoyed by was that in the end it turns out Prince Aldrin was corrupted by the darkness, so he wasn't even in his right mind. So I was a little sad because I felt like it took away from that moment where I was like, oh, well, can you really blame Aldrin if, like, he's not all mentally there because he's being corrupted by this ancient eldritch horror? Like, is it even his fault anymore? And so, like, that was kind of my biggest complaint, is like, no, I wanted him to own that. I wanted him to be the villain. And at the end of the day, they watered it down because it's like, oh, well, you know, he was corrupted by the darkness. Like, could you really blame the guy? And it's like, that was a good finishing hit. Oh, you guys were fighting in the Ice Gate Temple. So yeah, I wasn't too big of a fan on the ending of Forsaken. So now we move to, so now that I'm caught up, right? So with the game, I'm back, I'm enjoying myself. I'm like, okay, yeah, you know what? This is, you know, Bungie's going in the right direction again. That's cool. But like, I never fully trusted Bungie after that. Like, I still trusted them a lot, but I was not a Bungie fanboy anymore. I was definitely disillusioned from that. So now we move into June 4th, 2019. This was the Season of Opulence. Now this, in my opinion, is one of the greatest seasons ever in Destiny's history. It brought with it a seasonal activity called the Menagerie. And this is by far the greatest seasonal activity in the history of the Destiny franchise. It is such a shame that many of us Guardians will never get to experience the Menagerie ever again. And it is such a crying shame. The closest thing we have to a Menagerie experience is probably the Coil. in all honesty. The coil, I feel, is like a longer, more in-depth version of the menagerie. And most people I talk to about the coil find that the coil is a very fun activity. And I would agree. The menagerie was its predecessor. It was shorter. It had randomized rooms, randomized enemies, so every encounter was different, and there was even randomized encounters in each room. So each room, like even if you got the same room, it might be a different encounter and different enemies. It was wild what Bungie brought to the game, and the menagerie should have been it should have been the evolution of seasonal content going forward, but unfortunately they kind of like didn't do much with it after Season of Opulence, and it's really kind of sad. I played way too much Splicer. Oh yeah, dude, we'll get to Splicer, Taylor. I have several notes for Splicer, all of them very fond. So yeah, I was enjoying myself. Menagerie was out, and there's a big note here. This in the Season of Opulence, actually 4 days after the Season of Opulence started, June 8th, 2019, I and Sneaky Raccoon, my dear friend Sneaky Raccoon, we created our first Destiny clan called the Rack Pack. So June 8th, 2019 is when the Rack Pack officially came online. We got a Discord server running. We started bringing people into the fold, and yeah, the Rack Pack actually is still kind of going. I'll go over to clan here. So this is our Rack Pack. We have 68 members. I'm a little sad it's not 69. Our motto is "We are trash, but we are a pack." I love that. I love that line. So that is what happened in Season of Opulence, and so we started getting clan members together. It was a very small clan at first, but now it has grown to a whopping 68 members, and I'm so happy. Let's see, do I have anything else under Season of Opulence? I do not. All right, so we are moving on. All right, so we are moving on to October 1st, 2019. That would be the drop date of Shadowkeep. Shadowkeep was the first, if I'm not mistaken, the first expansion after Bungie separated from Activision. So up until this point, Bungie had been partnered with Activision to build out Destiny. And Shadowkeep was the first expansion that was ever created by Bungie exclusively, away from Activision. The expansion wasn't that big, the campaign wasn't that big, but it did have a really, really cool revelation to it. The campaign took place on the moon, primarily. And at the end of Shadowkeep, and this is where, this is why Bungie considers this the start of the Light and Darkness saga, because it was here at Shadowkeep where Bungie finally had a direction on where they wanted to take this quote-unquote darkness. Where before, the darkness was just like this big, like, nebulous concept. Like, the only real thing we had to grasp at was like the geometrical dark jello from the Destiny 1 campaign. So they, oh good, this is open, don't close please, I need to get in this portal. So at the end of the campaign, we get a revelation. Actually, no, it was the beginning of the campaign. There actually was 2 revelations. Oh my god, I'm getting lost. Darn it, I went too far. There's like a place we have to go. So at the beginning of the campaign, we find something terrifying. I am getting so lost and confused. Dude, I know that there's a pathway here somewhere. Maybe it is through here. So this is where we start getting, I guess it is over here still. Yeah, I always get lost here. Maybe it's, oh, here we go. I found it. So this is where, oh, look at that. That's so good. This is where we start getting darkness as a form. So we come down to the center of the moon here, and we find this ancient art. This is Eris, by the way. She's the one who was like going crazy with the Taken King fingertips on the tips of my mind. So Eris finds this. This is a pyramid ship. These things we've known about for a long time. This is a battleship from a fleet where the darkness resides. So we're like, oh my god, this is a darkness battleship. How long has it been here? Like, has it always been here? Has it just been watching us? Like, what is it? So this was the first time we got a physical shape of what the darkness was. And the crazy thing about the end of the campaign of Shadowkeep is we actually explore inside this ship. And at the heart of this ship, there's a relic. We touch the relic and then we get a vision. And this vision was so cool. I was floored by it, and I was like, what does this mean? So we get teleported in this vision back to the Black Garden. That like foresty area that I showed you guys about an hour ago. We get teleported there, and there's this ominous figure. Like, we're standing on the edge of a cliff with all these like flowers all around us. And there's this shadowy figure that's coming up closer and closer to us. It's walking up to us, and we're like, who are you? And then the shadowy figure reveals itself. And it's like, do you not recognize us? And it's literally you. So this dark entity has now taken the form of you, and you are talking with yourself. And it's like, this dark version of yourself is like, we are not your friend. We are not your enemy. We are your salvation. And I was like, what does that mean? Who is this creature that's like taking our form? Like, is this like future me? Or like, are we the bad guys? Or is it somebody like just taking our form and speaking through our likeness? Like, I didn't know. It was crazy. And so it was at that point I knew that something big was on the horizon. And boy, was I right. Because then we're getting on to the next portions. So we got 4 more seasons in Shadowkeep. So starting on the same day, October 1st, 2019, Season of the Undying started. Now, Season of the Undying was a very interesting season. So we had this time-traveling Vex called the Undying Mind, who was present, who used to be present in every single timeline of ours, like every single multiversal timeline. And in order to stop an absolute catastrophe from happening, where the Vex just win and take over everything, we had to go and kill this Undying Mind in every single timeline. But to do that, we'll have to go to the tower. And this is a cool little tidbit. I love that vision. We were geeking out about it for days, dude. Taylor, we were totally geeking out for it. Over many days we were geeking out. I'm feeling sleepy. Kiru, you have a wonderful night's sleep. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, I'm looking at the time. Usually we have only about an hour left of stream, but I'm gonna keep going until I finish this bullet point list. I'm going to go through everything, you guys. This is my tribute to the Destiny franchise, is taking you guys through this journey of this one singular Warlock who loves this game dearly. And I would say we're about like halfway done, I think. Luckily some of these bullet points are on the shorter end. But I still have, there's still some, oh my god, and then there's the end of Shadowkeep. There's the final season in Shadowkeep. I have so many things to talk about, like so many fun stories. And I kind of hope Sneaky is in the background lurking. So getting back to Season of the Undying, our job was to get rid of this Undying Mind Vex unit across all timelines forever and eternity, which sounds like a task. But with all of our guardians going through these timeline portals and killing each Undying Mind one by one, we eventually got it done. But the reason why we're here at the tower is because we actually, so you know, this is where the Vanguard Warlock resides. Ikora Rey, she's the leader of the Warlocks. She had this brilliant idea to construct a Vex portal right here. Like, you could even see remnants of it still. So she opened up this gate right here. She opened up this gate, and she opened up this gate. And she built like this bridge that jutted out right here. And she built this platform out above the open abyss of the last city here. And this is where she built a custom Vex portal that would allow us to go into these different timelines to kill the Undying Mind every week. So every week we had a new timeline we were going into and destroying the Undying Mind. And it all culminated at the end. We killed the very last Undying Mind in the last timeline that we were able to document. And it was kind of cool. It was the first time that the tower had really undergone any sort of change. I will say this Season of the Undying was super funny to me because I was always, like, every week I was complaining. Like, once we built the portal, I would always complain to my clan. I was like, you guys, Ikora Rey built this entire structure right here by herself in 3 weeks. You're telling me that with an army of guardians, we cannot, and I'm gonna show you right now. You're gonna have to imagine it because of finally, after like years and years of complaining, they finally fixed it. Yeah, I was so upset about this Vex portal because I was like, Ikora Rey in 3 weeks by herself was able to build a Vex portal in the tower. And so see that structure in the back? That's the tower proper. So if like the tower was a county, this would be what we're right here. This is a small city inside the county, where the county's heart is the actual tower. So something I forgot to mention, in the Red War campaign, our tower gets hit and attacked. So to give you the importance of the tower that you see right here is like the Guardians version of the White House. So imagine, if you will, the White House got attacked by some foreign entity. The first thing that we as the United States would do would be to rebuild the White House to show our strength and resilience. And plus, it is the literal capital of our country. This tower represents the capital of this last safe city on Earth. It is the quintessential beacon of hope for the people living down there. You're telling me that Ikora built a Vex construct in 3 weeks. We have an army of guardians that are god killers that couldn't fix the pinnacle, the symbol of our strength? I was complaining about it that entire season. And I complained about it thereafter too, but that was like when I mostly complained about it. I'm just grateful, like, this final update, they finally fixed the tower. To give you a timeline reference, we are talking about October 1st, 2019. They finally fixed the tower June 9th, 2016. I have complained about this since 2019. The White House, the Destiny White House, has been destroyed and on fire since 20... Wait. When was Vanilla?
I heard they wire your brain right into the ship. Some kind of crazy...
No, that's... This building, this White House, has been on fire in this game and destroyed and ruined since 2017. This building has been on fire. It finally got fixed in 2016. Nearly 10 years. I've been complaining the fact that this was not rebuilt almost immediately after the events of the Red War campaign. Like, can you guys imagine that? Let's say the White House gets attacked and destroyed in 2017. And we just let it sit in rubble until 2016. What would that tell our enemies and our allies and other countries about our strength? What would that tell them? United States White House destroyed 9 years, didn't rebuild it. What? Why would you do that? What? No, you would immediately rebuild the White House because it stands as a symbol to our nation. If you just left it there to rot for nearly a decade, that would show that our country has withered and decayed to a point where we didn't even decide to rebuild it for 9 years. That's literally been my complaint about this tower. This tower is the capital. All enemies of humanity look at this tower and fear it because this is the strength of humanity. And we just let it burn for 9 years, and finally yesterday it got fixed. Why? But yeah, my complaining started most especially in that season of Undying. So, what here? Oh, Vex Offensive is what the seasonal activity was called in the season of Undying. And then the Vex portal was built in the tower. Now we move on to December 10th, 2019. Season of Dawn. The Season of Dawn was... Well, it wasn't as well received. It had mixed reviews. I liked it myself. The Season of Dawn was all about this seasonal activity called the Sundial. So the most powerful warlock in the world, Osiris, built a contraption to go through time, and he called it the Sundial. And it was catastrophic. When he used it, it was catastrophic. So he shut it down and hid the Sundial away in the Vex network, never to be seen or heard from again. However, the remnants, the defeated remnants of the Cabal that fought us in the Red War, which was the Destiny 2 vanilla story, somehow found out about this sundial and started using it to try to rewrite time, rewrite history, so that they won the Red War and we lost. And we're like, no, 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 you can't do that. So that was the story behind the Season of Dawn, was just stop the Cabal from rewriting history. I thought it was a pretty sweet storyline, albeit not the most compelling. It was pretty sweet. I'm kind of a fan about, you know, messing with time. I think it's a fascinating concept. So then, now we're fast forwarding. We went from December 10th, 2019 to March 10th, 2020, where now we're getting into the Season of the Worthy. Oh, thank you, thank you. So, Season of the Worthy, let me take a swig there. Okay, wait. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, so Season of the Worthy was an interesting and flipping cool season. Well, the ending was cool. The beef, the main meat and potatoes of the season was not really well received. So the Season of the Worthy was a story that we went through that took the remnants of this last ditch effort from the Cabal to try to like rewrite history. When that plan failed, they thought, okay, if we can't rewrite history, we'll just destroy the Guardians and the Traveler in one fell sweep. So they took their biggest ship that they had, called the Almighty, and they set it on a crash course journey to the last city. So what they did was they activated the engines of the Almighty, and then they destroyed all the control panels. So now there's this unstoppable ship going at full force from the edge of the solar system, heading directly to this city that we have been protecting. So the Season of the Worthy was all about setting up Rasputin's defenses. So Rasputin is a war mind AI sentient thing that's sole purpose is to defend Earth. It has a suite of like crazy doomsday weapons at its disposal. So the Season of the Worthy was all about activating all of Rasputin's defensive systems by charging different Seraph towers, which were like these little battery towers that were out in the patrol spaces, and we basically were playing basketball with it. So like you would shoot like this ball of energy at these like forked towers, and the towers would slowly like charge like a battery unit. And so you kept throwing these balls at these towers, and it was charge. I thought it was okay, but most of the community did not like the Seraph Towers public events, and just how annoyingly frustrating they were, because it was on such a short time limit to complete the public event, otherwise you would fail. And what was cool about it is that each Seraph Tower that was completed was going towards like this community goalpost of like, this is how many systems we got Rasputin back online. Like, these are all the defensive systems that we got online based on all these like chargers that we were charging. So I thought that was pretty cool. But the real draw of this season was at the end, where we had the first ever community of like live community event. I was totally, wait, no, was this the, yeah, this was the first one. I'm pretty sure this was the first live community event. So this was funny. The live community event actually took place here at the tower. And up here, so right up there in the sky, you were able to see the Almighty. It was coming in. Like, literally, it was slowly getting bigger. And we were like, oh my god. And what was crazy, what made this so immersive is not only were, like, there a bunch of other Guardians, like, in the tower with me, but they added this sound effect where you could hear, like, screams of the people in the city. You could hear them screaming in terror down below, and I'm like, this is crazy. So I totally would have gotten in trouble if they found out I did this. But one of my old jobs I was working at, I took an extended lunch break. I shouldn't have done it, but I wanted to be here for this event. So I was working at home at this point because it was the height of COVID. So I took an extended lunch break. I took nearly an hour lunch break when I was only supposed to take 30 minutes. Oops. And I saw this thing. It was a 30-minute long event. It was a little bit long, I won't lie. I wish it was shorter. But you had this almighty ship coming in, and then all of a sudden, 15 minutes in, at the horizon down here where the clouds are, people started seeing like these little rays of like little rocket looking things, and all of a sudden, all over the place, like these little rockets in the distance were just shooting up into the sky. And I was like, dude, that's Rasputin's defense system going crazy. And then we slowly watched as these rockets like were flying closer and closer to the almighty ship. And oh my god, when the rockets started impacting, you just started seeing these little flashes in the sky. I was like, this is crazy. And then suddenly in the center of the ship, you started seeing this bright light. And it was growing and growing and growing and growing and growing. And all the while, like, the Almighty is, like, slowly getting closer to us. Like, you could slowly see it getting bigger. And then all of a sudden, massive explosion in the sky. And this is all happening live. Like, I was completely floored by this. It was one of the most epic events I've ever been a part of inside of a video game. Like, the massive explosion. And literally, no joke, you guys, this thing came in super close. Like, it was almost the entire skybox. And it was this giant flaming ball now. And it was like, it scooted over. Like, the sky, like, literally, like, all of us were like, had this, like, fiery hue on us. It's been an honor, Guardians. Oh my goodness, that's somebody from the local chat. And literally, this almighty like came down, and it was this giant fireball, and we were like, "What is happening?" So it like flew over the tower here, and all of us started running this way. Where they're like, "Oh my god, dude, is this thing still gonna hit us?" Like literally coming down, 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 and we saw it. Coming down here, we were all over here. And then it crashed. Like, there's like these, I don't know if you can still see it. There's probably still wreckage there. But it literally crash landed in the mountain area right over there. But when the almighty crash landed, like, there was this crazy, like, shockwave thing. And I was like, is that actually going to hit us? And it did. It, like, this shockwave, this, like, I don't know how to describe it other than, like, a massive visual shockwave. It seemed like it was coming so slowly because the almighty crashed, like, way far away. But then it hit us. Dude, I was, like, right here. I was like, oh, crap, that's actually coming really closely. And so I was backing up, and this thing hit me. I got chucked way off this thing. I probably landed like right here. Like it flung me, and I was like, oh my god, I almost fell off the cliff. I think I probably landed like right here. It was wild. Yeah, you could probably, if it was daytime, you could probably you could probably make out the wreckage still. But unfortunately it's nighttime, so it's a little hard to pick out. But yeah, the crash is still there. The craziest live event I've ever been a part of. I didn't even think something like that was possible. And Taylor was there. I think Sneaky was there. Germ was definitely there. And I talked about that for like the next month. It was so crazy. And just when I didn't think things could get any more wacky, June 9th, 2020, Season of Arrivals. This is personally my favorite season out of all seasons in Destiny. This is the one that I had the most fun with. So, Season of the Arrivals saw the pyramid ships, the fleet of darkness, now here in our solar system. And there was like 4 main pyramid ships that landed above 4 of the planets. Where's destinations? So the planets that these ships landed over was Mars, Mercury, Titan, and Io. So they landed there, and what we found out is that over the weeks, these pyramid ships were trying to take these planets into the darkness, like remove them completely. And I was like, oh, this is bad. So the lore implications was that these 4 planets were going to get sucked into the darkness and never be seen from again. And then what actually was happening is that Bungie needed to remove some of these older planets to make room for newer content. And this was probably the most tragic thing that could have happened in all of Destiny's history, was at the end of Season of Arrivals, where they sunset over half the game. Like half of the game was removed. But the build-up leading to that catastrophic moment was the most fun I had ever had in Destiny up until that point. So there was a seasonal event called Contact that were taking place on these 4 planets, where enemies of the light, darkness, were flooding these zones, and we had to take care of them. So just waves and waves and waves of enemies coming at you in these public spaces. And it was crazy because we knew that large portions of the game were going to get sunset at the end of this season. So the Rack Pack came together, and we had this quest, this clan quest that we called the Encroaching Darkness quest. And we were helping each other get all these different triumphs, different weapons, different armor that was no longer going to be available after the Season of Arrivals. So in that respect, it was a lot of fun to get together with the clan and help each other get through these different activities that we never did before. So here's something that's fun. I actually still have our Encroaching Darkness quest, and I really hope Sneaky is lurking, because he'll remember this. So anybody who was in the Rack Pack at this time, so like Taylor, you remember this, so I still got this. So this was our Encroaching Darkness quest. I filled out this spreadsheet where we were all trying to get. Oh, Slushy, you're on here too. Look at, there's your name. So these were the primary members of the Rack Pack. And so we were trying to get all this stuff. So we were, the Leviathan raid was leaving, the Eater of Worlds raid was leaving, Spire of the Star raid, Crown of Sorrow, Scourge of the Past, Last Wish, Garden of Salvation. We were like, let's get through all of these. So you could see we were like, blue is completed, yellow is indifferent, like, oh, I don't really care. Oh, green is something like you wanted, like you really, really wanted, and then red was you're not pursuing that. So then we had like these exotic weapons, so the Xenophage, the Wither Horde, the Runus Effigy, Traveler's Chosen, and Fallen Guillotine. We were trying to get those. I managed to get all those. And then like all these weapons, some of them we weren't sure if they were gonna make it. And then so I managed to get all of them. Taylor, it looks like you got most of them. Oh, and then the catalyst, dude, we were catalyst farming. So we were going through, we were like, dude, we got to get all these catalysts. And then Moments of Triumph seal 2020. I managed to get that. The Arrival seal, I got that. Destination seal, got that. The Gambit seal, I don't know, I don't remember getting that. You know that song, We Don't Talk About Bruno? Let's talk about it for a moment. So, I have a story about this. I was very frustrated. So, let me see if I can find it in game. There was an infamous quest back in the day. Oh, what was it called? Let's see if I can find it. What is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Titles. Legacy titles. Is it in here? Ah, yes. Here we go. The lore seal. Let's talk about the lore seal for a moment. Skunk, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Brushtail Brigade. Congratulations, you're our newest Brushtail adventurer. We are going down memory lane as I go through my complete journey of Destiny, from its beginning to end. And we are kind of midway through our story. So, this, I thought the titles were pretty cool. And there was only one title I always ever wanted. It was called the Chronicler title. And it was only obtainable by completing the lore seal in Destiny. The lore seal was pretty simple on paper. Go around the star system and collect lore books. It looks like there are 10 lore books here. So, lore books, 10 of them. And then you get this beautiful Chronicler title. Now, I was a student of Bife. I love the lore of this game. And a title revolving around the lore was something that I really would have liked to have gotten. I never pursued it because I told myself eventually I would get to it. There was other things that were capturing my attention. But I knew one day I would sit down and try for this lore seal. Never in my wildest dreams did I ever expect Bungie to be like, we are removing and sunsetting the lore seal. So, 12 weeks before they decided to sunset half the game and usher in the new expansion, Beyond Light to the game, Bungie, 12 weeks beforehand, got on their comms and said, hey,
Guess it's official.
you guys, these are all the things that are going to be sunset in the game. We want to give you guys ample time to get all the things that you possibly want before we decide to sunset it. 12 weeks, not bad. Thank you for the communication. Oh, but there is one problem with 12 weeks. In order to complete the lore seal, it requires 33 weeks of your time. That's right. 33 weeks. Why 33 weeks? Well, because of one single book. The Truth to Power lore book. Only acquirable once every 3 weeks. This book had 11 pages to it. So let's do the math. 33 weeks to get the Truth to Power lore book. And Bungie decides to tell us 12 weeks in advance. So naturally, I'm a little perturbed because this is not enough time to get Truth to Power to complete this seal to then gain the Chronicler title. So what do? Well, I immediately go to the Bungie forums, as is tradition, and I say, Bungie, listen, you have this Truth to Power lore book that requires 33 weeks to complete. You have given us 12 weeks of a heads up that this lore book is going to be sunset. All I'm asking, I'm not asking to complete the seal. I'm not asking for you to give us the title outright. I'm just saying this. Just for everybody. Just complete Truth to Power. Just toggle this on as completed for every Guardian in existence. And I told them, this is not an unreasonable ask. It really isn't. Why? Because you're giving away everything in the kitchen sink for free. And this is not an exaggeration. They took extremely rare weapons, coveted weapons that took people months to earn in game, like Mindbender's Retribution. Wait, is it Retribution? No, what was it called? Mindbender's. It's a shotgun. I have it written down here. Hang on. Mindbender's Ambition. Mindbender's Ambition, they gave away for free to everybody. Every Guardian got a free Mindbender's Ambition. It was an extremely coveted shotgun back in this time. Super difficult to get. Took people months to even farm for it. And they were handing it out for free. I said, Bungie, you have taken a highly coveted shotgun, one that is an extraordinarily difficult to get, to grind for, and you gave it out to everybody. I don't think my ask to just toggling the Truth to Power lore book, just completing it, I don't think that's a big ask. Not affecting the game. It's not going to affect anybody's, sessions. It's not going to ruin anything. It's just toggling on this one book that takes 33 weeks to complete. It's not unreasonable to ask that. Like, I'll gladly get the rest of the books here. Just toggle this one as complete. Nope, wouldn't do it. They give away guns, they give away power, they give away things, but they draw the line at one insignificant book. That's not going to harm anybody. It's not going to cause power creep. It's not going to cause anybody. Like, nobody on LFG is going to be being like, oh, you didn't earn the Chronicler title legitly. Like, nobody's going to be talking about it. Like, just do it. Nope. They, after a huge community pushback, Bungie was like, nope, we're not going to toggle on this truth to power. So, found out that there was a glitch in the game that allowed you to get multiple pages every 3 weeks. So, all right, let's do the glitch. I got 10 pages. I got 10 pages and I was super proud of myself. Because I had already had a few pages on me over me casually playing the game. So I had about 7, I think it was about 7 pages, or Tenchio sent me this way. Oh, Skunk, oh my goodness. Dude, I love Tenchio. Tenchio is an amazing composer, and he's been working on some music for me, and he's so good. Did you ever hear the tragedy of Truth to Power? I thought not. It's not a tale the Vanguard would tell you. Exactly, Taylor. I was so upset. I had 10 pages, you guys. 10 pages! And 3 weeks before Beyond Light came out. 3 weeks! I was gonna get my final page. It required me to do the glitch. I was, that's right, I was at 9 of 11. 9 of 11. I needed to do the glitch one more time. Just one more time. And what did Bungie do? What did Bungie do 3 weeks before Beyond Light launched? Maintenance. We're taking the Destiny servers offline on Tuesday, 3 weeks before Beyond Light. We're taking the servers down for maintenance. The only way the glitch works is if you're right there at the chest when weekly reset happens, because it counts as the previous week and the current week, and that's how you get the 2 pages. Can't do that though if the servers are shut down. So I get back online, I get page 10 of 11, and there's nothing I can do, because in 3 weeks when I can get the next page, it's Beyond Light. It'll be too late. Can't do anything. The servers will be down for Beyond Light. Truth to Power. I have 10 of the 11 pages. I can no longer get my Chronicler title. It is sunset and I will never be able to get it. Ever. I was so upset. All I asked Bungie to do was toggle a switch on for every Guardian. Make this a yellow check mark. That's it. I didn't ask for all the pages. I went and grinded for these. The other 9 books I did myself proudly. I just asked, I said, Bungie, this is not fair. You gave us 12 weeks in advance notice for a 33-week quest. How is anybody supposed to complete this, especially new players who just that day found out you're going to be sunsetting this title? The seal. 33 weeks, Bungie. I'm still salty about it. I think every time I see the words truth to power, I always get salty. I could not believe it. They gave away the strongest shotgun in the game for free. A thing that people have been farming, earning months of grinding. That's okay, sure. We'll give that away for free. But a simple book that takes 33 weeks to complete? Nope, that's where we draw the line. I was so upset because this is the only title I ever wanted. And now I can never get it. I can just sit here and stare at this screen knowing that this stupid book is 10 out of 11 pages. That I was one flipping page away from getting the only title I ever wanted in this game. Later on down the line, I would tell Bungie there is one title I would want more than Chronicler, and that is if you came out with a Build Crafter title. And they never came up with a Build Crafter title. So that's my legacy with this. A Chronicler title that I was one page away from getting, and there was nothing I could do. Literally nothing I could do to change my fate on that. Bungie had the power to change that for me, and they said no, we'd rather give everybody a free overpowered shotgun. Because truth to power, toggling on truth to power for everybody would definitely have broken the game. It would have changed the landscape. The meta would have changed. The darkness would have won. And everything would have went into chaos. But no. They decided, let's give them the most overpowered shotgun for free and leave truth to power to rot in FOMO limbo. And that's my story with the Chronicler and Truth to Power. It is the saddest tale, the saddest in-game tale that I could tell. So that is that. I even put it in my notes, the tragedy of the Chronicler. But getting on a more positive, so this was the season of Arrivals was the most I'd ever played Destiny. I was on constantly. I was having so much fun with the clan. It was a blast. There was things going on in the game like Savathun. So Oryx has two sisters, Savathun and Ziva Urath. And Savathun we had heard about in whispers because she's more of the cunning type. Oryx was more of the brute that would like just, oh, you want to make war with me? All right, I'll meet you on the field of battle. Savathun, his sister, much more cunning. She was always there in the background. She was like this puppeteer, laying out little plans, little traps here and there. Every now and then you would hear whispers of Savathun, like, oh, she's doing something in the background. And with how brutal Oryx was, I was like, you have a sister that is cunning and sly and devious. Like, oh my god, that just sounds like a recipe for our disaster. And so what was crazy is that in the season of Arrivals, there were these giant eyeballs that were popping up everywhere, like in random spots. And they were called the Eyes of Savathun. And I'm like, oh, flip. Like, this is bad. Like, not only is the darkness here with all these pyramid ships, but now we have Savathun spying on us. Like, the Xbox Connect spied on people in the early days of whenever that debacle happened. I'm like, oh my god, Big Brother is here. And literally, her eyeballs were everywhere. In the most random spots, like in a random corner. And they were just staring. Menacingly, just staring at you. And what was cool is you were able to craft a weapon that season called the Runus Effigy. And that was the only weapon that was able to destroy the eyeballs. So there were 50 eyeballs just set up randomly throughout the solar system. And I'm like, oh my god, Savathun is watching us. Like, she's seeing what we're doing. Oh man, this is bad. Like, it's bad enough that the darkness is here, but it's equally bad that there's like an all-powerful like hive demigod just spying on us, who's like been a manipulator in the backgrounds for ages now. I'm like, oh god, dude, we're getting hit with the double whammy. We got two crazy forces after us. I'm like, I don't know how we're gonna survive this. But it was also at this point, and I think I have it somewhere on here. So apparently somewhere in the season of the Forge, which was like the time I was like I'm not playing Destiny. There was a thing, here it is. I don't think I put Niobe Labs specifically. So there was a secret special area that was released in the season of The Forge way back when, and it was called Niobe Labs. And boy, I will tell you about Niobe Labs in just a moment. Tenchio, hi! Okay, hang on. Okay, there we go. Oh yeah, baby. Look at my skills. That's the wrong... Look. Yo, hi, how are you doing? Welcome on in. How was? Wait for it. Oh, you were doing music. Wait a minute, Tenchio, were you doing Project Loaf music? Oh, dude, did the community enjoy it? Oh my god, dude. Let's go. Okay, so in case you guys don't know, Tenchio is my composer for Project Loaf, and he's doing 3 more songs for me for Fantastic Number 2 right now. And oh my god, it is coming out so good so far. Tenchio, I haven't seen, I haven't heard the preview that you sent earlier today, because I was like, dude, I gotta get my itinerary for this long send story time. So tonight we're actually doing like a glorified just chatting stream, and I'm going through every moment that I can remember of my experience of the Destiny franchise. We're about midway through right now. I keep getting distracted by like all sorts of different stories. Oh my god, I gotta speed it up though, because like it's already midnight. I can't go past 1. I'm gonna do my best though. I'm gonna do my best. But oh dude, that's awesome. And Van, hello, how are you doing? Welcome on in.
Stretch.
Let's get a good stretch. Czar, hello, thank you. So let me talk about Niobe Labs. Oh, and hydration. Okay, I'm gonna get up, do some leg stretches, but I'm also gonna be talking about Niobe Labs. So Niobe Labs was this crazy like Black Armory Forge secret area that had this secret like raid-like mechanic, and if you were able to complete it, then it gave you special loot. And that's what you see here highlighted, the Forge Armory exotic shell. So that was also getting sunset. So we had to do Niobe Labs. Craziest puzzle, patrol space puzzle event I've ever seen in Destiny. I love Niobe Labs is so difficult, but it's so much fun. I heard that Niobe Labs might actually be back. I don't know. I haven't gone back to the space where Niobe Labs is, so it might actually be back. But let me scroll back up. That's the worst. It's like having the first Lord of the Rings books without the third, right? Dark, right? It was so bad. I feel like Sen might be a bit salty about this. I still am. I could season an entire meat market worth of steaks and ham with the salt and still have some over. Yeah, if you think I'm salty now, like imagine when I was like fighting for it. I was like so upset. Make a build crafters title outside of just like having every fragment aspect ability. Yeah, why not? Why not? Fun tidbit, looked at my seal. Truth to power is still a secret triumph for me. Oh my goodness. That's funny. Okay, so let's continue. It's been how many days since a spoiler? Probably a week, probably 7 days. I don't think I've spoiled anything on Project Loaf in 7 days. I'm gonna send you what I worked on tonight instead. Ooh, okay, I am excited. I love those labs. Man, I wish I got to Niobe Labs. I had everything ready, but nobody else to do it with. I still had some of my OG Spiteful Fang. Dude, I still have... Wait. I still have my stuff, I think. I better not have dismantled it. Yeah, in order to complete Niobe Labs, you needed 3 specific weapons. Why is that? Oh, is it because I'm full? Oh, it is. What is this? What? I love this gun. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to... I didn't know that returned. Okay. So, I'm looking for... Oh, here we go. Threat level. So this is a Niobe's Lab weapon, an OG Niobe Labs. This one, OG Niobe Labs, the Spiteful Fang. Do I saw the sniper rifle is the... I don't think I have the sniper rifle anymore. No, I can't believe I don't have the sniper rifle. I guess I got rid of it. Rip, dude. I try to... I don't know what I was thinking. All right, wait. I know I have at least one more. I have one more at least. Oh, where is it? Where is it? Oh wait, no, there it is. No, I do have the sniper rifle still. The OG Niobe Labs sniper rifle, so that I still have that one. And then this blade. Where's my blade? I have an original Niobe Labs blade. Here it is. Yeah, dude. Look at this. Is one of the coolest. This is one of the coolest blades in the game. Look at this puppy. You will seldom find craftsmanship like this. So this is an original Niobe's Lab Striker Surehand. So good. Dark, you have a wonderful night. Thank you for being here. Oh yeah, this is running way longer than I thought it was going to be, but I am enjoying this. Okay, so let's continue. So the ending of Season of Arrivals was really epic though, because what had happened, it was another live event where the Traveler, where's the travel? Oh wait, hang on, it's daytime. When did it become daytime? Can you see it? Where's the... I'm sure it's out there somewhere, but I'm not going to spend a lot of time. So, at the end of Season of Arrivals, right before everything started sunsetting, this Traveler, this is the Traveler, it's a giant ball, started glowing like crazy. And we were here in the city, like not just on the tower wall here, we were actually in the city. And a lot of us, myself included, were sitting there, and I was determined to wait until the server shut down. And it was so cool because what had happened is right before the server shut down for the expansion, we got treated with a cutscene that had like the darkness encroaching on the planets that were being taken over, and then the Traveler was giving off this light. So it was a cutscene that took us to this map right here. So on the sides, all this darkness was encroaching on the very corners, and then in the middle with the Traveler was glowing this bright light, and it was irradiating this light, like trying to like get rid of the darkness. And then right as it like touched the darkness, and you could see like the tendrils of the darkness hitting the light. As soon as that happened, like the screen went white, and then Destiny 2 servers offline. I was like, man, that was a cool way to exit. Threat level was not an Niobe Lab weapon. It was from Scourge. Oh, the 3 weapons you needed were Spiteful Fang, Tatara's Gaze, and Hammerhead. Oh. I see. Okay. Pets. Thank you, Zar. Thank you for the pets. All right. So that concludes the Shadowkeep expansion. I will say, while it was super cool to like send off half the game getting deleted with that cool live event, deleting and sunsetting half of Destiny crippled Destiny from that point on. It was the biggest mistake Bungie would have made in the remaining of Destiny's life cycle. Because they removed the Red War campaign, which was the onboarding to how like new players got on board with how this world worked, how the systems worked. Like it was a campaign that was made as an on-ramp to new players, and them getting rid of that really made Destiny suffer over the years, and it was so sad. I could probably rant about that for another 30 minutes, but I'm not going to, since we have a lot of story left to tell. So November 10th, 2020, Beyond Light. This is where I feel like Destiny's storytelling really started taking off. Super pleased with how the story came out. We were also introduced to Europa. So the story took place primarily on Europa, and this is where we got our introduction to our first darkness subclass called Stasis. And now you guys know me, I love ice. The ice element is my favorite of all the magic types. And so Stasis was just that. It was an ice subclass, and oh, I was all over it. I was so happy with it, but I will say it destroyed PvP, because Destiny PvP is all about fluid motion, swift actions, and quick kills. Stasis was the exact opposite. It would freeze you, it would stop your movement, it would cause you to be slowed, and it was a nightmare in PvP for quite some time. So we have our little Exo Stranger. She's the one who back in the day said, I don't have time to explain why I don't have time to explain. That was her. The meme continues. Speaking of memes, I should have mentioned this a long time ago, but in Destiny 1, there was a strike mission that became a meme. So in Destiny 1, strike missions always started with like an opening monologue. And this one particular Cabal-based strike mission, located on Mars, always started off with the Titan Vanguard, like the leader of the Titans, Zavala, coming on the comms saying, whether we wanted it or not, we stepped into a war with the Cabal on Mars. And that has been a long-running meme for as long as I remember. Stasis is the lack of heat, not cold. Oh, I remember them saying that. So funny. So, okay, so starting the same day, November 10th, 2020, started the Season of the Hunt. Now, the Season of the Hunt was really poorly received. I remember it as like a garbage. I was really not happy with the Season of the Hunt. It introduced raft board hunts, which were like, oh my god, they were really short missions, but man, they were so irritating to like start up and then finish. You had to go through like these different hoops to even start it, and then the rewards weren't that great. I did not like it whatsoever. We did get the reveal that Aldrin was revived, which was like giga gasp. And then we got introduced to Crow. So Aldrin, when he became a Guardian, Guardians lose their memories on initial revival, and so he took the name Crow. So Crow, it was our new character, and it was wild. Dude, that story was wild. Like, the whole idea of, like, Cade's murderer becoming a Guardian, like, would we even accept him, or would we like, would our prejudices like be like, no, you were the guy that destroyed our favorite character of all time? So it was really an interesting, it was an interesting take on the community. Like, some people loved Crow, some people were indifferent, but some people were really upset that he was back. They were like, no, Crow, who's this Crow? Like, can't accept him. Will always be my favorite. I loved how you couldn't get over her reaction. Oh yeah, when that was in season of The Lost, was it? Yeah, that was season of The Lost. That's actually coming up. So after season of The Hunt came one of the greatest seasons ever. February 9th, 2021, season of The Chosen. This season was all about rescuing a legendary titan named Saint 14 who was stuck in the Vex network for years. And we decided we were going to try to like pull him out of the network and rescue him, which we wound up doing in the most epic way possible. I'm a fan of it because it dealt with time and like going back in time, going forward in time. It was, oh my god, it's so good. But the real cherry on top to this season of The Chosen was this community event called the Corridors of Time. And this was wild, you guys. The Corridors of Time. So if any of you guys have played any Legend of Zelda that had the Lost Woods in it, specifically the Ocarina of Time version of the Lost Woods, how when you go into Lost Woods, there's like 4 directions, and if you go the wrong direction, you're booted out of the Lost Woods. Like there's only one direction, and you have to know that direction in order to find your way. So that the Lost Woods, like the Corridors of Times, is the Destiny equivalent to the Lost Woods. And in order for us to navigate the corridors correctly, the community had to come together and piece together these images. And I forget how you got these images, but these images, when put together in the proper sequence, like in the proper quilt sequence, would create this beautiful quilt that dubbed as a map into the Corridors of Time. So like you get into the Corridors of Time, you have 4 directions, and the community had to come together to figure out the pathway to get into the center of the Corridors of Time. Oh, it was so much fun. I didn't know what I was doing, but it was still nice to like kind of help out. I'm like, oh, here's my picture, like use it as you need. I had such fond memories of the Corridors of Time. And what was even crazier with the Corridors of Time is in the center of the corridors, we actually saw a grave, and it was our grave. So I'm like, dude, what does that even mean? Those questions are still unanswered. Like, why was our coffin there? Like, who killed us? Like all these like wild theories came out of just that one singular moment, and it was something never to be forgotten. Aslan, I don't know if I said hi yet, but hello. Okay, so that was season of the Chosen, and now here comes Taylor's favorite season, May 11th, 2021, season of the Splicer. So, oh, one thing I have to mention, I should have mentioned this earlier. So in Season of the Hunt, that starts off by us rescuing Osiris, the most powerful warlock known to exist, from Savathûn. And we find out later that we didn't do as good of a job as we thought we did. Because enter the Season of the Splicer. So Season of the Splicer, the Vex, the like little robot things, the battle droids, somehow managed to take the entire city the last safe city and put it into a Vex simulation where they do this endless night cycle. So for like 3 months, the last safe city was in this Vex simulation with no sunlight. Like it was always nighttime. And dude, the psychological damage that was being done to our poor city's citizens was crazy. Like I read some of the lore books, and dude, going like weeks and weeks without sunlight, it was starting to mess with people, and they were all getting irritable and stuff like that. But at the same time, we were also taking in fallen refugees that didn't want to be our enemies anymore. And you can imagine with like a sleep deprived, sun deprived community who know the fallen for slaughtering people, like that's not going to go over well politically. And so it was really cool that in that season to see like the political strife that was happening between the Vanguard, the Guardians, and the citizenry, and how the citizenry was really not okay with us taking in these refugees because they're like, dude, these are fallen. They've killed hundreds, if not thousands of us. We're just letting them in. But it was like, these fallen aren't responsible for their father's sins. So it was really an intriguing season that I loved playing through. The seasonal activity for the season of Splicer was the one called Vex Override. I have to say, one of the best seasonal activities in the game. I would say it still can't hold a candle to Menagerie, but man, was it up there. I played the bejesus out of Override, and I had so much fun doing it. Then we move on. I should say, at the end of the season of the Splicer, one of the radicals that just absolutely cannot stomach the Fallen, her name was Lachmi, and she just could not get over her prejudice, and she tried multiple ways to assassinate the fallen refugees, and in the end she decided to idiotically open up, like rebuild that portal that we had and open up a Vex portal directly in the city. And she thought she could control the Vex because she was like, oh yeah, don't worry, I saw the future, like I know the future, like I win this battle, I control the Vex, and we take out the Fallen. Well, the moment she opened up the Vex portal, immediately a bunch of Vex started shooting at her and she wound up dying. I'm like, wow, way to go. Not only did you destroy yourself, but now we have swarms of Vex destroying people in the last safe city. Like, how is this even happening? Like, why? Lachmi, your whole point was to defend humanity. Like, that's what you said in the season of the Splicer, and instead you sicked the Vex on all of us, and now they're killing indiscriminately. Congratulations. I guess you did earn that award. Then we move on to the season of the Lost, which was August 24th, 2021. This was all about, this season was cool. So we had, at the start of the season, we had started seeing Osiris do some pretty shady things. And we're like, that's not very Osiris-like. Well, it turns out Savathun had taken over the body of Osiris the entire time. So when we rescued him, that was Savathun. And then all throughout the season of the Splicer, that was Savathun. And so she made this reveal that, oh, I am Savathun. I just took over Osiris's body. And so then what she wound up doing is she was like, okay, here's what I want. So I have this darkness inside of me in terms of like this parasitic worm. And Savathun was like, hey, Marasav, which was that queen that we encountered like way back when. She was like, Marasav, you're reasonable. I want this darkness parasite out of me. can you help me remove it? Like, I don't want to be a part of the darkness anymore. And I'm like, well, she's the witch of she's considered the witch of cunning. And I'm like, Mara, I don't know if this is such a good idea. Like, this is a person who will lie through her teeth to get what she wants, and you're just gonna straight up trust her. But what she wound up doing is she wound up trapping Savathun in this crystalline stasis, like cryo freeze, so that the parasitic worm didn't like destroy her in the process. So the whole season of The Lost was like us getting ancient sorcerers from Mara's, I guess, Queen's Guard, who had been lost in time, I guess. And so our job was to rescue these ancient sorcerers from their like timeless prison, so that they could cast a spell strong enough to destroy Savathun's parasitic worm and relieve Savathun from like the darkness, as it were. And so that's what we did. And it all culminated at this cool like event, like this end of season event, where we were finally performing the ritual, and the Hive were freaking out. They're like, no, give us back Savathun. So we had to play like this tower defense game where these ancient sorcerers are like casting the spell in the background, and then we as the guardians holding the front line being like, no, you can't pass this line, I'm gonna kill each and every one of you. So that was really cool, and it all culminated to, yes, we successfully expunged Savathun from her dark parasite. She was no longer a puppet of darkness. And I'm like, you know me, I'm like, she wanted to, she could theoretically be our ally, because like the darkness was telling her to do all this stuff, and now that she's free of it, she has her own free will. I'm like, hey, maybe we can like do something. Maybe we can team up. And then that's what concluded the season of The Lost. And then at the end, that end event, that led us directly into one of the greatest expansions, in my opinion, that ever came to Destiny. February 22nd, 2022, The Witch Queen. The greatest story, the most perfected story. I have very little gripes, if any, about the story of The Witch Queen. The campaign was immaculate, dude. I was there through and through. They had done what they couldn't do in the past. They had a solid first act, a solid second act, and an absolutely stunning third act. I was so pleased with The Witch Queen. I cannot begin to tell you. And what's great is The Witch Queen is still playable in game. Alone with the Menagerie was kind of mid-cab. That's so funny. And at the end, you got a code specific to your player ID. The community would then compile and put together a sequence of proper order, which gave a very long specific pathway to take in the corridors. Thank you, Wolf. Thank you. Yes, that was the corridors. That's me, but with the Witch Queen. Oh my goodness, you guys wound me with your words. Okay, so Witch Queen was great. I played the bejesus out of it, and it's one of my favorite expansions of all time. So now we move to the Witch Queen's seasons, and the seasons were, some of them were good, some of them weren't so good. So we start with the season of the Risen. So the season of the Risen was okay. It started fleshing out the story of like, all right, we need to prepare for the Witness. Because like when at the end of the Witch Queen, we were introduced to the Witness, which, by the way, Bungie, if you were ever to remaster like Destiny 2 somewhere down the line, please don't reveal the witness in your New Light campaign. Please save that for the end of Witch Queen, because that reveal of the witness was just so S tier at the end of the Witch Queen. The witness, I should explain, is the darkness. Like the whispers, the whole cutscene where like the darkness was talking through our figure in the garden. All of this was constructed by the witness, which was the main bad guy. This is the guy that we have been fighting without knowing for the past 10 years, and his introduction was phenomenal at the end of Witch Queen. I did not see it coming, and when I went through it, I was like, I'm never gonna forget this. This is peak right here. So with the witness coming after us now, we were trying to form more alliances, and the Cabal seemed to be the next step. Now the Cabal at this point is now being run by a new queen, and she seems reasonable. So the whole point of Season of the Risen is that we went out and tried to make allies of the Cabal, which we wound up successfully doing, which was great. The seasonal activity was PsyOps Battlegrounds. And at the end of this seasonal story, it is super unfortunate, but Crow accidentally kills off Queen Keitel, or Empress Keitel's favorite friend. So Emperor Keitel is the leader of the Cabal. And so Crow accidentally kills one of her best friends. And now she wants a life for a life. And I'm like, oh, Crow, all you had to do was not do anything, and you messed that up too. Oh, great. Now we're in this, you know, we have this budding relationship with the Empress, and you're risking it by accidentally killing her best friend. I'm like, this is bad. So what winds up happening is the Iron Banner event, that PvP event I was telling you guys about. It's led by a guy with the title of Iron Lord. So his name is Iron Lord Saladin. And he's the one who decides to step in. He is like, a life for a life. Take my life, I'll serve under your council, and you spare Crow. And she's like, a guardian on my war council. Somebody who can slay gods. I'm liking this idea. Alright, you sold me. So, Iron Lord Saladin, you are now part of my Cabal, and you will be my primary dignitary between human and Cabal relations. And Saladin's like, sure, that seems easy enough to do. That shouldn't be a problem. And then we move into Season of the Haunted, which I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this is where Flare Winterwolf and Biopod Gaming come in. So which are two clanmates that we brought into the Destiny franchise. So Season of the Haunted, May 24th, 2022. Nightmare Containment is the seasonal activity. It all has to deal with like these nightmares coming to life and us having to fight our inner demons. I really enjoyed that season. And it's all about our main cast of characters overcoming the darkness within them so that they can more readily and more easily fight the darkness that is coming. I don't really have much more to talk about with that. There's not a lot of stories to tell other than I had a really great time. Season of the Plunder is our next season, August 23rd, 2022. Seasonal activities is Expedition and Catch Crash. So one thing I forgot to mention is during this time, we get back the original Osiris from Savathûn, but she leaves him in a coma. So he's in a coma and he won't get out of this coma. So we found a potential forbidden recipe or remedy. And we have to find these darkness infused like burial urns that has this creature chopped up over different urns. And if we take a little bit of their the entity's essence from each urn, then our buddy Mithrax, which is the leader of the refugee fallen that we took in, Mithrax can mix these, I guess, energies, purify them, and give them to Osiris as a medicine to wake him up from this coma, which is what he does. But the process of the purification is so intense that Mithrax actually winds up getting cursed by this purification process. And we'll see later on that he is not doing as hot as we thought he was. Cyrus was kind of sus. Gotta call an emergency meeting. Ikoro probably tech witches. On the topic of psychological torment, I remember how you and I were losing it at Saint was protecting the fallen area, and Saint and his boogeyman terror figure to them. Oh yeah, that's a good point. So Saint 14, one of the strongest titans ever to live, had this reputation among the fallen that he was the monster out to get them. And so it was really nice to see that change in their perspective of Saint 14 when Saint actually protected them when the fallen were attacking the city. Mithrax is quite hot. I mean, what? Yeah, Wolf likes how Mithrax looks. So Season of Plunder was all about like getting that medicine for Osiris. Now, it's funny because the community called it Nezquick because the body parts that were giving off all that darkness energy came from an entity called Nezarec. And so we shortened it to Nezquick, like the chocolate milk, because when Osiris took the medicine, it was like in this teacup. So we were all like, look, it's Nezquick, the chocolate milk brand. So that was funny, that something funny that came out of that. Okay, so now we move into Season of the Seraph, December 6, 2022. It introduces Heist Battlegrounds as our seasonal activity. This season's all about a race against time. Xivu Arath, which is the maniacal sister of the Hive Pantheon, gets stronger whenever she fights. So what she plans on doing is taking over Rasputin's defense system, the same defense system that blew up the giant almighty ship, and use it to cause war all across the system. This would then in turn give her strength enough to wipe out the entire safe city in one fell swoop. So the whole story revolves around us reviving Rasputin, even giving him a voice box so that he could actually talk to us outside of just music that he would try to relay to us. And so we went and built him a body, but at the end of the day, Rasputin was like, well, the best thing that we can do is not play her game. So instead, I sacrifice me. I'll destroy all the war mines, the Warsat network. I will destroy all the doomsday weapons, and this way Xivu Arath doesn't get what she wants, which is a complete invasion of Earth. And ultimately that was a pretty fun, kind of emotional season. Overall, I liked it. There's not much story there other than I really liked it. And then we finally get to February 28th, 2023, and what a day that was. So, a little bit of backstory. Before Witch Queen dropped, this is roughly around when Beyond Light came out. Destiny revealed that they were going to create 3 new expansions: the Witch Queen, Lightfall, and the Final Shape. And we were like, oh my, no, Final Shape wasn't, no, it was Beyond Light, Witch Queen, and Lightfall. That's right. So, Lightfall was supposed to be the Infinity War, like the Marvel Infinity War, Avengers Infinity War version, like Destiny 2's own Avengers Infinity War, where like this is it, you know, this is the Witness is gonna come to town, he's gonna just totally blow us all up, we're gonna be hit into next week and we're gonna lose everything. And so I was really excited about like that idea, that prospect of us losing everything and having to come together to try to like be more than what we are now. And instead we got Lightfall. Lightfall was this neo-drenched Neon City vibe, new age, cyberpunky setting. Oh, that's because I was AFK for too long. So I can actually show you. So we go to Neptune, and this is, mind you, the expansion right before the end of the universe. And I could not believe, like, I had played the campaign and I could not believe what I had witnessed, what I went through. I was like, there is no way that we went back to D1 vanilla storytelling. And I remember saying that on stream too, because it's like, how do we take all these years of understanding how to build a well-crafted story, and you give us this version of Lightfall? I'm like, how did we even end up here? And you can even see it here. Like, look at this place. Like, it's beautiful, don't get me wrong, but this is not the setting. This is not the appropriate setting for a Final Stand, Avengers Assemble, Infinity War style story. Like, this is futuristic. This is, you know, not something nitty gritty, which I don't necessarily mind, but for a story that's supposed to be our Infinity War, it just doesn't vibe with me. And it really put a sour taste in my mouth when this is what they came up with, because like the biggest issue with the Lightfall campaign is that they introduced this MacGuffin called the Veil, and it's supposed to be like the opposite of the Traveler, where the Traveler's all about light and goodness and amazingness. The Veil is like the dark version of that, where it's got like memories and like darkness and all this stuff, and you're like, whoa, what's happening here? Put himself in the exo body, would actually have a role. Bro died instead. Yeah, I was so sad about that. Also, I need to get rid of these guys. They are destroying me. So I could easily go on a 6-hour-long rant about how Lightfall was one of the stupidest decisions I'd ever seen. And and just like the incoherent story, because like the veil was like the big thing, like the whole point of the campaign, and by the end of the campaign they don't tell you what the veil is, like what's its purpose, why is the witness after it, like nothing, like literally nothing. The light stream was a goated stream. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure we still have the Lightfall stream in our VOD channel. If you wanna hear an absolute legendary Sen crash out, I highly encourage you to watch the ending of that series. Oh my god, we're already at 12:40. No wonder I'm starting to fall asleep in my chair. Like, I'm trying to like stay awake here, and I'm like, I'm not done yet. So let's get through the seasons of Lightfall. So dropping the same day as Lightfall, Season of Defiance. Oh wait, was Season of Defiance the one where we were trying to... Dude, I'm forgetting what Season of Defiance was. Well, it gave us Defiant Battlegrounds, whatever that means. I actually don't remember what the Defiant that season was all about. So I don't have much notes on it anyways, so we're gonna move on to May 23rd, 2023, Season of the Deep. This is the season I hate the most. It is not the worst season by any means, but it is the one that I actively hate. Was Amanda going... Oh wait, that's when Amanda died? Oh yeah, that was a ridiculous one. Oh my god. Alright, hang on, let me pause, let me explain. So, Season of Defiance, probably one of the worst seasons in the history of Destiny. So, after Lightfall, we find out that the forces of darkness are kidnapping humans left and right and taking them into prisons, like aboard the pyramid ships, and we don't know why. And even to this day, I don't know why. They never elaborated on it. Like, one day they were just all interested in humans and rounding them up and sending them off to, like, space jail. And then the next, they're fine and nobody ever talks about how they captured all these humans. They literally, it was a story thread that was never came to conclusion. But the one hilarious thing that did come out of Defiance is... Oh, man. So there's a shipwright named Amanda Holiday. And she's just an average civilian. She has no guardian powers. She's mortal. And she had this crush on Crow. Now, during the events...
Someone's hurting my city. She needs
Oh my goodness, that scared me. Oh my god, what was I talking about? Oh yeah. So the final like climax to the Season of Defiance is that you have to rescue like this last group of humans and Fallen that you need to rescue, and you do. And this was so poorly like visualized that I didn't even know what was happening. So you had this moment where like Amanda is trying to defuse this bomb, and I'm like, okay, she's trying to defuse the bomb, great, awesome, like, can we get out of here now? And then like this sad, somber music started playing, and then she's staring at the bomb, and I'm like, Amanda, what are you doing? Why are you staring at this bomb? It's done, it's over, let's go. Apparently, and I didn't know this, and this wasn't, like, this is why I say it wasn't visually represented well, because I didn't even realize that she was doing this, but apparently, like, she had to keep, like, these two buttons pressed down in order for the bomb not to go off. And so she's like, Guardian, get out of here. I'll be fine. I'll be right behind you. And me, like, not knowing what she's actually doing, I'm like, oh, okay, all right, I'll see you right behind you. And then we went to a cutscene where, like, she moves her hands and closes her eyes, and then explosion. And then she gets engulfed by fire. And I was like, wait a minute, did she just die? Like, is that something that just happened? Because I don't understand that. That was definitely not clearly conveyed well. I felt like it was confusing. They're like, nope, that's how we ended it. I was like, oh. There could have been infinite other ways you could have done that, but killing off Amanda for no other reason than like, oh, it would be funny. Like, I just don't get it. Like, I know that wasn't their plan, but it just, I couldn't stop laughing. It was ridiculous. Could have just sent you get some duct tape. Yeah, it was all over the place. Defiant was all over the place. Okay, so Season of the Deep. Let's talk about my most hated season. So one of the biggest and loudest complaints that we had from Lightfall is that they introduced the Veil, and it seems like this all-important thing, but they don't explain what it is about. So we were as a community, we were super frustrated because it's like, how in the world are we supposed to understand what's happening and the stakes that are on the way if you won't even tell us what the Veil is? Like, the Veil should have been explained like the first moment of Lightfall, and instead we got zero answers. So you know what the solution was? The solution was Season of the Deep, which the seasonal activities there were deep dives and salvage. So we had to help this space fish called Asha remember what the witness was all about. So we help this fish, and then when the fish is fully recovered, they explain what the Veil is. And I'm like, why was this not in the Lightfall campaign proper? Like, not a lot of Guardians are gonna be able to experience the story, because in order to experience it, you had to buy the season pass, or at least the season of the month. And it's like, so you're paywalling like one of the most important aspects of this story behind a seasonal paywall. And I'm like, Bungie, why are we doing this? Like, oh, dude, I was so upsetty spaghetti. And then we did get an old NPC back from the time where like Bungie removed half the game, in the terms of an NPC called Sloane, and she was around to help us through the Season of the Deep. And then we finally figured out what the Veil is, and I just still to this day cannot believe that that was not in the Lightfall campaign whatsoever. And then we move on to August 22, 2023, where we are hit with the Season of the Witch, which introduces one of my favorite seasonal activities, Altars of Summoning, where you would build out a deck of cards and then play cards for specific bonuses that you would get during that activity. And I thought that was a super clever way of introducing some randomness to the encounters, as well as just overall being fun. It was definitely something that was a lot of fun to mess with, because I love building out my deck and having different power-ups at different times activate. So good. And unfortunately, that is also a seasonal activity that can no longer be played in Destiny 2, which is such a crying shame, because Altars of Summoning, I feel, is definitely up there as one of the great contenders. I had a lot of fun playing Season of the Witch. It was all about making Eris, our little friend Eris, a hive god, so that she could tear asunder Xivu or Wrath's main power source, which she successfully did. And then once doing that, Eris actually gave up all of those hive powers, which was crazy to me because I'm like, dude, that's a lot of power you're giving up. That could be helpful for the witness. But I get it, like that type of power shouldn't be not be in the hands of any one person. So she played it on the safe side. Spiky Mommy, yes, exactly, Spiky Mommy, which a lot of people really liked her design when she went full Hive God. And then there is a very special season to my heart, the Season of the Wish, as opposed to Season of the Witch. The Season of the Wish began November 28th, 2023. And this one is very special to me because it brought along a really fun seasonal activity called the Coil, which is a roguelite type game mode, which even to this day holds up very well, very, very well. And it was during this time we had to bargain with a wish dragon to help us defeat whatever was going on with the witness. So the witness, at this point, the witness from Lightfall, the witness has entered the Traveler and is now dismantling it from the inside out. But this gateway that he made seems like it's only accessible for him. So any of our attempts to get through this gateway have gone into disaster, like disastrous failure. And so we had the brilliant idea to bargain with a wish dragon of all things. Now, you never want to bargain with a wish dragon. They'll grant your wish, but it will be distorted. Like, oh, I want $1 million. Well, the wish dragon will grant you $1 million, but it will do it in a giant bundle and make it appear above your head so that it crushes your body and you die when it lands. Like, let's, you know, like envision like $1 million like appearing above your head and then all of it crashing down on you and squishing you like a grape. So you got the $1 million, but you died in the process. Those are the types of wishes that wish dragons grant. So it'll grant your wish, but it'll distort it in some way that is disadvantageous to you. Wish was a lot of fun. I had such a blast. But one of the reasons it's so near and dear to my heart is because that is the season that Panda started playing Destiny, and I had so much fun playing with Panda. The fact that they feed off of the distortions is amazing. Yeah, right, Taylor? I love that about Wish Dragons. So I'm gonna move right along. I would love to spend more time talking about the Season of the Wish and what it means and the story behind it. But I am realizing it is becoming harder and harder for me to keep my eyes open. I keep blinking over and over to like keep them open. So we're almost done. We're getting towards the end of my journey with this game. So then oh, this is important. This is very important as we're going to go into some story time here. So it's nearing the end of Season of the Wish, and Bungie is now starting to promote the final shape, which is supposed to be like the be-all, end-all, definitive conclusion to the Light and Darkness saga. It's supposed to be epic, it's supposed to be huge, it's supposed to do all sorts of crazy things. And I find myself not interested. And this is bad. This is supposed to be the biggest expansion to come, the most impactful expansion to come to Destiny. And I'm just simply not interested. I have zero hype for Final Shape. I just feel like they're not talking about it and they're not hyping it up. So like there's nothing for me to go off of. And then they reveal a mini update expansion coming to Destiny right before the final shape. It's called Into the Light. And oh my god, the Into the Light for me was very reminiscent of Season of Arrivals. There was so much happening in Beyond Into the Light, where every day I was doing something new and exciting, and I loved it. It was such a great little mini event, which hyped me up like leaps and bounds. I went from zero hype. I was like, after Lightfall, I don't even know if they know what they're doing anymore. Like, I can't believe that Lightfall would reintroduce Destiny 1 vanilla storytelling. I'm like, who thought this was a good idea? So I didn't have any hype for it. The hype started with Into the Light, which was a way for you to get like old, really powerful weapons that had been sunset coming back into the loot pool, and you could farm them to get prepared for the Witness in the next expansion. So I was really hype about that. And then they dropped the trailer about Prismatic, and I was like, we're getting a new subclass too? Like, this is actually crazy. So I went from 0 hype to 150% hype in like a matter of days. Just because Into the Light was just that good. Then we get, and I'm gonna try to wake myself up for this, and not be slouched over. Actually, let me do that, because this is the part of the story of my journey that is sad. It's, I don't know if you want to call it dark. I think tragic is the better term for this. And this is where my tale gets a little bit melancholy here. So it is final shape time. June 4th, 2024, the final shape drops. I must have cried about 6 times last stream. While maintenance was going on, we watched the entire Story of Destiny recap, but also all the voice actors' goodbye videos, and each one set me off. Silver, first of all, hi, and yeah, dude, Silver, I feel that. A lot of the voice actors, like, I couldn't handle it. I mean, I couldn't handle the start of this stream. I literally bawled my eyes out at the start, and it wasn't even like the first 30 minutes. So yeah, what I'm doing, Silver, before we get to this next section of my story, I'm actually going through my entire journey of Destiny from start to finish. Like what this game has meant to me, like all the stories and friends I've met along the way. We are just now getting to the final shape. And this is where the story gets sad. And so I apologize in advance, but it is something that needs to be talked about, since this is a crucial moment of my journey with this franchise. So I was hyped for the final shape up until the final shape. And I know that sounds weird. It's not like I wasn't hyped for final shape, but something in my life happened that turned my world upside down. So June 4th, 2024, the final shape drops. And I am glued to the expansion. Almost as if my life depended on it. Because what was happening in the background is that Sendad was in the hospital. He had been hospitalized for some medical conditions. And we found out that the root cause of this medical conditions that he was experiencing was due to stage 4 cancer. It had affected his liver and his kidneys. And we were hopeful that the treatments that we had him on, that within 12 months he would be back to normal, that this cancer would have been cured and everything would have been a-okay. Then June 10th 2024, 6 days after the launch of the final shape, Sendad's body could not handle it anymore. And we rushed him to the hospital, and that night he was gone. And I didn't know how to process any of it, really. Here's somebody who has been in my life since my earliest memories, and now just gone, like suddenly. It was so fast. This thing happened so fast. Because it was literally 2 weeks, maybe 2 to 3 weeks, or maybe a month. I don't know. It all blended together. It was like a month, we'll say 3 weeks before the final shape dropped, where we initially took Sendad to the hospital. And then he got out, and he seemed to be recovering fine for the next 2 weeks. And then it was after those 2 weeks of recovery, he immediately went back into the hospital, and that's when we found out that he had stage 4 cancer. And so we immediately started putting him on treatment, and the treatment had a very high success rate. So the doctor said we just got to keep him in as good of health as we can for 12 months, and then he'll be fine. So he was hospitalized again, and then after a couple days he came home, and he was with us for a week, maybe like 2 weeks. And then on June 10th, he was not responding to our questions. Like he was there, and I would be like, "Hey, Sendad, are you hungry?" And he was just staring at me, and he didn't respond. And I'm like, I don't know what's happening. Like this is bad. And so he didn't even have the strength to get up off the couch. Like we tried, and he wasn't moving. And so I was like, if he needs to go to the restroom or something, like he's not moving, and we don't have the strength to safely get him up off the couch. And so I was like, I've got to call 911. And so I called 911, and the paramedics came, and they had a team to gently move him off the couch. And what was weird about the whole situation was, like, the paramedics asked, what's your name? And he answered. And then, what's your date of birth? And he was just staring at them. And then they asked, do you know where you are? And he's like, yeah, my house. And then they asked, okay, well, how do you know what today is? No response. Like, and it was weird. And so, like, we rushed him to the hospital, after that. And it seemed like it was fine. And like everything seemed to be stabilizing. And so I remember this vividly, where it seemed like vitals were kind of stabilizing. And so it's like, okay, I'm gonna take my brother, because I hadn't eaten like pretty much all day. I'm like, I need to get some food. So my brother and I went back home, and this was at night at this point. And I was like, all right, we just got to get through the night. It's gonna be fine. Everything's gonna be fine. Let's get some food. So I made myself a quick meal. And then I got a call from Sen's mom, who was still at the hospital, and she was like, you better get over here. And I heard those words, and I was completely devastated, because like that only meant one thing. And so I was like, what happened? What changed? Like I thought his vitals were stabilizing. And she was like, yeah, his liver and his kidney couldn't take it anymore, and they're both failing, and he's not gonna make it. And so I need you over here. And so I dropped everything. I went over there, and I spent about 20 minutes with him. Like me and the family, we spent about 20 minutes with him. And then that horrible long continuous beep from the heart monitor, and I knew it was over. And like, what do you do in that situation? Like, what do you feel? Like I felt lost and terrified and bewildered in like the worst way possible.
They'll be back, but you sure showed them what for this time.
And like after the dust settled and I got some sleep finally that evening, like I got up the next morning like thinking that it was all a dream and it wasn't real. And the following week I spent here in Destiny, working on the final shape, which was the expansion. I was working on story, I was working on quests, and I spent a lot of time here in the Pale Heart, which is which was the area that was unlocked to us during the final shape. And if it wasn't for the final shape releasing when it did, I don't know where I would be. Like I don't know if I would have made it out of that tragedy the way I did if Destiny wasn't there for me. Like in no small part, I think it helped save me. Because it was my comfort. And like just seeing all this beauty, like I mean, look at this place. And I'm like, I hope. Here comes the waterworks again. I was like, I hope that Sendad is in a place just as pretty as this, where, you know, got all this beautiful plant life, and like the sky is made up of magic, and so it was a comfort to me, because I'm like, I wonder if this is what he saw when he passed on, like something whimsical and magical, like what I'm experiencing here in the Pale Heart, where it's all nice and everybody is here together, and like yeah, I bet you he saw some great, like, I mean, just like look at these little flowers, and I bet you he saw a bunch of flowers when he left here. And so this place definitely helped me get through a lot of my grieving, um and it kind of helped take my mind off of things, because there was so much to explore, and it was like this place reignited that sense of wonder that I had back when I first played Destiny 1. I mean, this Pale Heart is just like beautifully crafted. And yeah, just the music, the nostalgia, like everything about this place and the expansion like saved me from utter ruination and despair, giving me hope. Um and I'll never forget playing Excision after Sendad passed. I was very emotional because it was like the witness was like the darkness inside of me, and to go and tackle that final epic boss fight, it meant more to me than like your average gamer who's, just playing this game because it's cool and fun, and it, like, there was a lot of parallelism with this expansion and then what happened to me at the same time, because like anybody who knows this expansion knows that Cade came back for a short bit, and it was good to see Cade. It was fun, and then at the end he went away again, just like Dad went away. But there was hope. There was hope, and the way Cade made me smile at the end, where he was like, "You were my favorite. Don't ever forget that." And I could totally, you could totally hear Dad saying something like that to my brother and I. Like, I could hear him saying, like, "You were the light of my life," because he always wanted a family, and he got a family, and we loved each other, and like that's all he wanted, because he came from a broken household. He knew what a broken family looked like, and it was his dream to have a cohesive family, one that liked each other. And he spent countless hiring hours cultivating a family where, like, he had I don't even know what I'm trying to say, where he he had a family that was cohesive, something he never had when growing up. And to the very end, he had that. And knowing that my brother and I helped in that dream of his, um, made me happy. Because like he died a happy man. He got everything he wanted. And I was happy to be a part of that. And so that moment where Cade gives us back our ghost, it was very difficult for me. Like replaying that moment. God, sorry you guys. I know I'm a blubbering mess right now. It's also hitting me pretty hard because like I didn't realize that today of all days was the anniversary that he went and found greener pastures. When I came home from work, I was like, "Oh God, this is the second anniversary of when he passed away." Um, but that moment where Cade gives us back our ghost, like for me, it kind of reminded me of like, okay, yes, said dad is gone, but he doesn't want us to be sad. He wants us to keep hoping and living and smiling and being happy, in the ways that we made him happy. And so, I'm sorry, hang on, let me get a tissue. My nose was running like crazy. Um, so I wanted to make sure, like, after experiencing that moment with Cade and everything, I made it a mission of mine that whatever sorrow, whatever despair that I am experiencing, that it's not going to take over my life for very long. That I'm going to find joy again, find happiness, find solace, find excitement, find my smile again. And I remember distinctly having this conversation, being like, I promise you, Dad, that I will smile again. And because my smile has always been like my greatest quality. Every time something was bad, I would always send dad or send mom or my brother a smile, like, oh, it's gonna be okay, it's gonna be fine. And so that's something I swore that I would never lose. Like, yes, my smile is gone for now, but over the next months, over maybe even a year, I will work towards getting that smile back. Just like Cade gave us back our ghost. And so, never did I imagine that this game would help me find that smile again, find that solace, find that comfort. And that's why the final shape has such a very near and dear place in my heart, because without it, I don't know if my smile would have ever returned. Okay, alright, so that is the sad part of my story. So just another reason why this game means so much to me and that I hope in the future it too has a future. So with that being said, let's continue as we are almost done with this journey. So after the final shape came the episodes. So June 11th, 2024, episode Echoes released. And it was a totally new spin on how Bungie was going to be tackling seasons going forward. I wasn't too much of a fan of episode Echoes, mainly because it felt very repetitive. You had to go like the main draw of the episode Echoes was you playing an exotic mission over and over and over again. Oh, I'm sorry, you guys. Hang on. Let me read your guys' chat. I know I went on that whole like sad story. I started crying again, but okay. Hang on. Let me see. Let me see where we are. I've only seen like 2. I can send them. Okay, perfect. The Pale Heart was very much an allegory for heaven filled with people, and the location we lost through life. Yeah, Silver, yeah. Yeah, 100%. Thank you guys so much for the hearts and the hugs. Much love said, we love you. You're surrounded by friends and people who care for you. I know, I feel it. I feel it every time we stream. I thank you guys. Send this so inspiring, and you're brave sharing this with us. All even though it makes us cry. I went through the same thing in 2015, 2016 when I lost my mom. Yeah, it's definitely not fun at all, to lose a parent. But I am just really glad that I had the final shape here to help me through and process all these emotions that I was trying to work through. Oh, there's Mithrax, by the way. That's the little fallen guy that we were talking about earlier. Oh, and then this is the Empress Keitel. This is the Cabal Empress. I don't know why I just noticed them. So yeah, episode Echoes, I don't know why they like after Echoes, I didn't know why they swapped to an episodic format when I thought like all seasons needed was like a rework. It didn't need like necessarily a giant rebranding. I still to this day don't like the seasonal storytelling with the week to week thing. So at least with the episode Echoes, at least that changed, although it wasn't the greatest. And then we moved on to October 8th, 2024 with episode Revenant. Revenant I think was a little bit better. It was still kind of janky, like the story was kind of janky still. I like the fact that they tried for like a vampire theme. I think the vampire theme was actually like a really cool idea, but the story wasn't, I feel like the story wasn't really well executed. I think there was some of it that I feel like could have been darker, like could have like pulled more in the dark direction. Some of it was a little too silly in my opinion. But I did enjoy that they tried that vampiric angle. I thought that was kind of cool. And then episode Heresy, February 4th, 2025. I think this was the strongest out of all of the episodes. I love the Nether. So Heresy brought us back to Oryx's ship, the Dreadnought. And they had this episodic activity called the Nether. And every time I say the word, I think of Minecraft. But the Nether was such a great, and I mean a great, activity. And it's such a shame that we will never see the Nether again. I don't think it's in the portal. Hang on, let's double check this. I don't think it's in the portal. I could be wrong, but I forget current light blades, disgrace. Oh, maybe it's in arena ops. Actually, let's check out arena ops. Astral alignment, nightmare contain. Oh, nightmare containment's back. That's cool. Override. Oh, wait, override. Taylor, that's our favorite seasonal activity to do together. I didn't know override was back. That's sick. That's cool. I didn't know that. I'm learning things. Yeah, I don't see. Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah, I don't see the Nether. So sad. Yeah, the Nether was such a great gameplay. They brought it back for the Monument of Triumph. Excellent. I'm still learning things about this final update, by the way. I haven't played a lot of it. All right, so those are the episodes, and then let's get into July 15th, 2020. Sorry, yeah, 2025. So July 15th, 2025, Edge of Fate releases. Edge of Fate is a story masterpiece, but gameplay disaster. Most people recognize Edge of Fate as a complete and utter disaster, but I like to make the differentiation between story and gameplay, because the story that was told in Edge of Fate was absolutely captivating. I was very intrigued by where the story was going, and we got one of the best characters since Cade 6. Hang on, let's go to the tower. So there was a character that was introduced in Edge of Fate by the name of Lodi. Or if you're Lance Timberwolf, you call him Lodi for some reason. But Lodi is a character that I absolutely adore. And it is such a crying shame that he did not get more time with us through the override portals. You're gonna have Taylor, I don't remember you doing that. But then again, it is almost 2 in the morning my time, and I am losing steam. So you'll have to try to remind me the next time we're playing together, Taylor. So Lodi, oh my god, why is it taking so long to load into the tower? So Lodi is this character that actually got pulled from the past into the future. So like all of this is brand new to him, and I love him to death. He is voiced by Brian Villalobos. Oh my god, Brian, if you ever watch any of this, I apologize. I know Brian mostly for as Lowbro Cop, which is his Twitch name. Yes, he streams, and I have watched many of his streams, like his Destiny streams, and I absolutely adore his experience with Destiny. And he is just a really fun guy to be around, and his character Lodi is even more so. I want to spend so much time with Lodi. And I remember when he was introduced in Edge of Fate, I was like, I just met this guy, but if a hair gets harmed on his head, I'm destroying the entire world. Like, he must be protected at all costs because he's not a guardian. He's just an average guy who got teleported through time. And so I'll show you Lodi here. Such a goofy character. I love him to death.
Hey, you found me.
Hi, Lodi. So he's got glasses, dude. I love that. That was like the one thing that I immediately gravitated towards. Nobody in Destiny has glasses because they're all resurrected as guardians. They have perfect health, so they have 20/20 vision. So when I saw Lodi, I was like, wait a minute, this guy's got glasses. I like him. I like how he chooses to float just because. Yeah. So Lodi now. He does have powers now, but he's not a guardian. So he just like floats there. And look, he's got like floating tea. The tea is floating. So this is Lodi. He is now considered the emissary of the Nine, which is a whole can of worms. Anyways, oh, and then this is our little doggo pet. He's like a protogen dog.
Again, Guardian.
We could pet him. Don't forget to pet the good boy. Oh, yes, I did. Okay, so that's Edge of Fate. Love the Edge of Fate story. Unfortunately, it brought with us this gameplay mechanic that a lot of people really disliked called the portal. It basically like took this beautiful screen right here and turned it into a bunch of menus. And it was dull, it was lifeless, it sucked the wonder and amazement out of like what you see here. And it was so sad. Luckily for this final update, they moved the portal down here to these nice, beautiful things. And so now the portal lives here. So this, literally what you're seeing here is what replaced this. And I don't know who thought that was a brilliant idea. Like, you look at this and yeah, maybe you can get in the games faster, but this is so lifeless. Like, this is informative and all, but it's lifeless. It doesn't have a soul. It's basically like mobile gacha game like format, and I don't like it very much. This inspires wonder and exploration, and I'm so glad they brought this back for the final update. Then came December 2nd, 2025, which introduced the next expansion called Renegades. Renegades was interesting, and it introduced this place called the Lawless Frontier on Mars. So it's interesting. For me, Edge of Fate had a great story, like a very interesting story, but a very, very poor replayable endgame. Renegades for me was the opposite. The story was alright, but the replayability of the endgame, S tier, 100%. This all right here, beautiful. Absolutely adore all this. This is one of the greatest game modes that they have ever produced and put into Destiny. And I'm so glad it's here to stay forever. I had mixed feelings about this expansion just because it was Star Wars inspired. And you could even look at like what I mean by Star Wars inspired. We literally have a lightsaber in the game now. If this decides to load. Look at lightsaber. Literally a lightsaber. And so like I'm mostly okay with it, but I feel like looking back on it, I really wish that a Star Wars expansion wasn't the last major expansion that we got in Destiny 2. But I will say I love this Praxic Blade, which is basically a lightsaber, but not for what you think. Like, yes, I love the fact that it's a lightsaber, but this right here is why I like the Praxic Blade. This is the future of grinding in Destiny. in my opinion. These are mods. These are farmable mods that you had to find out in the wild. These were all locked at first, and as long as you were playing the Lawless Frontier, which was the activity at the time, you would slowly find these mods that you could then socket into these slots. One of the best feeling grinds I have ever felt in Destiny 2 ever. And why is that? Is because of a simple design philosophy that Bungie, I feel, accidentally stumbled upon with this Praxic Blade. A design philosophy I call ABP. ABP stands for always be progressing. And that is what this embodies. So the problem I have with a lot of the Destiny grind is, let's take this weapon right here. You have these random rolls on these weapons, and you're like, I want 2 specific perks on this weapon. And so you grind for it, and you might get, oh my god, I got auto-loading holster, that's the one I wanted. But then this one over here is not the one you wanted. You got binary orbit, and I'm like, no, I don't want binary orbit, I want incandescent. So instead of an always be progressing grind, where it's like, cool, you finally found the auto-loading holster, now it's time to find the incandescent. This is an all or nothing. So if you find the auto loading but it's not incandescent and instead is binary orbit, you basically take this weapon and throw it in the trash, and you have to start all the way over from square one. Where if the grind evolved into what the Praxic Blade brought, this slot could be the auto-loading holster perk slotted in. I found it on like, I grinded for it. Auto-loading holster was not given to me. I grinded, I found it in the wild, I equipped it to the gun, and now it's slotted in. Now, you know, I may have a second perk here, that binary orbit perk that I don't want, but instead of tossing the weapon, I'd be like, well, I have this binary orbit perk that I don't want, but I can grind to find the perk incandescent out in the wild, and then once I do, I can slot it in and unlock it on this weapon. So now I have the perks I want on it. Always be progressing. Never once did I throw away the weapon. I am only progressing towards the next new thing on this weapon. The Praxic Blade proved that this is something that the community absolutely wants, because you talk to anybody who grinded for the Praxic Blade and all of its parts, they will tell you that it was one of the funnest grinds that they've ever had in Destiny, and it's not even close. So if this is working, then why don't we move it to the other weapons of the game? So this is one of my requests that I have for Bungie when they eventually make a Destiny 3. And yes, that is a lot of copium, because no, there is no confirmation that another Destiny game is being made right now. But after our turnouts yesterday, I would be shocked if Sony didn't take notice on this franchise. So, with that being said, we are now at the final bullet point of my giant unorganized script. June 9th, 2026, yesterday, the Monuments of Triumph released. The final live service update coming to Destiny dropped yesterday. Now, I played some of the monument of triumph yesterday, but I didn't get through a lot because I was feeling despair. I was struggling to focus on what I was doing, and this is the monument. This is what will remain in Destiny 2 forever. And so I know I should be in bed. I should have been in bed like 3 hours ago because I got work in the morning, but this is important. So to wrap up this entire journey, this entire story of how I experienced the Destiny franchise, I want to once again thank everybody who was involved in creating such a magical game. I don't know if there's a future for any Destiny games going forward. I do know that the studio, the devs still have a lot of love and passion for the Destiny universe. I will say I will probably play whatever Destiny game comes after, if any at all. I'm going to try to get through this discomfort of grief that I've been experiencing about the death of the live service portion of this game. I just need to reorient my mindset and not think of Destiny as dead, but rather as like your typical everyday game now. Like, jump on, play it, there's an ending, but nothing's gonna stop this game from persisting. At least I hope not. And I can come back to this game anytime I want. And I will say, I have a lot of content to chew through here. There's a lot that the devs put into this final update. I mean, I'm just... like, there's so much. I couldn't even begin to tell you where to start in all of this. Like, even from a build crafting perspective, like, I basically have to retool all of my builds, which, by the way, I'm very happy on doing. I am the clan's resident build crafter, and I will happily retool all of my builds. But there's just so much more stuff in terms of build crafting that, like, I can upgrade all of this.
Let's stretch our legs.
My goodness, thank you, Gato. Okay, so we're not gonna end during an ad break, but I will say I'm standing up and stretching my leggies. I will say thank you all. Well, I'll thank you guys. I'll thank you guys after the break. I want you guys all to hear my thank you message. So to all the devs who have worked on this game, who have helped craft this game to what it is, again, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. I know I have been obnoxious in the past. I know recently I've been obnoxious on social media, adding Bungie, adding the Destiny 2 team. I know I've been obnoxious in the past on the Bungie forums, like constantly posting suggestions, constantly posting feedback, constantly, you know, being like, hey, this is a red flag, maybe we go in this direction instead. I just love this game. I love this franchise. I want to see it prosper. I can't believe we're here at the end. I will say I find it a bit of a tragedy, a bit more than just a tragedy, that this game has never ever gotten close to reaching its full potential. And I'm hoping that there are people out there that have the ability to, you know, change decisions on things, who are decision makers. I hope they reevaluate their decisions on, you know, what is greenlit, what is not greenlit. And for those that are staying at Bungie, because there are rumors that there are going to be significant layoffs in the next couple of months at Bungie Studio. For those that are blessed enough to stay at Bungie, the number one thing that I can try to request, you know, this it's just a request, is please do whatever you can to revitalize this franchise. Don't let it just sit and do nothing. And I know ultimately that's not up to the Bungie devs. I realize that it's all Sony, but that doesn't mean the work is done. Find ways to optimize the Tiger engine. Find ways to like figure out how you can like make a Destiny with a smaller budget. I mean, your guys' DNA, like Bungie, your DNA is made up of impossibilities. Like, nobody thought it was possible to make such a grand open world first-person shooter. Like, think back to your roots. Like, you had Doom, where and games like Doom, where it was all close quarters, you know, cramped hallways and structured. And you guys came onto the scene and were like, hey, we're gonna change this. Why does it have to be this way? And you did. You just did it. And you changed the first-person shooter genre for all eternity. You guys asked the question, why can't gunplay in first-person shooters feel better? And you didn't wait around for somebody to do it. You guys did it yourselves. So, if you guys still have a love for Destiny, as I have a love for Destiny, then do whatever it takes. You guys are Bungie. You guys pioneer things. You don't follow trends. You make the impossible possible in no small feat. Like, you don't follow the waves in this industry. You make the waves. Like, back in the Halo 2 days, like, it was so big that it broke out of the gaming sphere and hit mainstream. Like, news outlets were covering gamers across the world standing in line for a piece of plastic with a disc inside of it. Like you guys made that happen. Like, nobody had ever heard of a movement like that before. And you guys made it happen. So if anybody in the gaming industry can make it happen, I know you guys still have it in you. Like, you guys gave us this. Look at this. This is crazy. The amount of work that you guys were able to pull off in just a short amount of time. is insane. But I don't know. Maybe I I hope that didn't come off as like complaining. I was trying to inspire. I like this game has inspired me a lot, and I wanted to try to give back and try to inspire the ones who made this game. But I'm tapped out. That's all for my story. That's everything from 2014 to 2016. My incredible journey through this game. And you guys, the brigade, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for listening to this 6-hour long story time. Like this was the only way I knew how to like pay tribute properly to this franchise I hold near and dear, especially when I heard that Bungie devs were asking for people to tell and share their stories with what this game means to them. And I was like, well, I'm a streamer, like I might as well stream it and just take you guys through the different funny stories that I've accumulated over the course of playing this game. And yeah, I really hope that this despair goes away, because I really do want to play this expansion without
I can fix this.
feeling almost on the verge of tears every time I load up this game since yesterday. And I think tonight has really helped with that too. Like I feel a lot calmer than when I started, because I'll be completely honest with you guys. Final hi, how are you doing? It is a very bittersweet feeling, yeah. But I want to erase the bitter part. I want it to just feel sweet, and I know that's gonna take time. What does this mean, by the way? The full potential? Well, like Gato, for example, forge mode in Destiny. Like, there's not a forge mode. The clan options could be much more robust. Player housing, clan housing, a clan hall. Like these are all things that, like even Destiny's cousin Warframe has these things, and they're basically the same age. Like space battles, like can you guys imagine space battles in Destiny? Like that would, I would lose my mind. But see, these are some of the things that Bungie has done in the past with like Halo. Like Halo, there was space battles. Halo, there was Forge. And have these classic iconic Bungie things that are absent in their newest defining game. Like, this is why I say that Destiny's never reached its potential. Every Destiny figure says it, and I never know what they mean. Oh, well, that's what I mean when I say Destiny has never reached its potential. Like, this is all we get for a clan. We get a simple banner, a title, and then a clan roster, and that's it. Like there's no clan housing, there's no clan weekly objective. Well, I guess there's this, but like it would be really cool to have have the ability for like the clan leaders to set up a weekly objective for the clan to see if they can pull it off. Then there's player housing. There's the whole issue of sunsetting, like how are they going to figure that out in the future? I don't know. There's a lot of features that I feel could have been added that are quintessentially Bungie that just are missing in Destiny. Get it now? It never got the MMO part of the MMO. Yes, Gato. It never. That's a elegant way of putting that. It never got the MMO part of the MMO. It'll hurt here and there, and I think there will be moments of sadness, frustration, even despair. But in the end, I think you'll find joy. I think so too. Like, I am super excited to sink my teeth into build crafting. And like, this is the first time. So if like in any future Bungie, any Bungie person is listening, I'm a weirdo. I have never used the artifact system. Minus the, like, you know, oh, here's the champion, the anti-champion mods. But I never implemented any of these artifact mods into my loadouts because I didn't like the idea of having my loadout reset or become less effective every season. Tier, hello, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Brushtail Brigade and congratulations. You are our newest Brushtail adventurer. Oh my god, Panda, I almost reverted back to the old saying. I had a moment of sheer like panic there. Yeah, we're never going back to that old saying. So yeah, this is the first time I'm actually seriously interacting with the artifact system now that I know that these artifacts aren't going to change. Because I'm the type of weirdo guardian that builds a loadout and I want it to be multi-seasonal. Like, be effective throughout the seasons, throughout the expansions. And I know if Cross heard me say this, asked the Cross, he would be like, you are bizarre. Like, because with Cross it's the absolute opposite. He's got to have like refreshing loadouts constantly, otherwise he gets bored. And me, I'm like, I want to marry my loadout and never let go of it. But yeah, so I have all these artifact mods that I get to mess around with, and then we have like new armor archetypes like Demolitionist, Reaver, Colossus, Powerhouse. Like, this is crazy stuff that I get to. Oh, and don't even get me started on the, I haven't seen much of the new armor set bonuses for the new armor. Dude, I've seen some of them and I'm like, I have needs. There's a system that helped create different metas. That was gameplay can feel that way gameplay can feel fresh and exciting. Said no, I don't think I will. Exactly, dude. Wolf. I know it's funny and it is funny, but exactly. There's a lot of new crazy set bonuses. There's one, the Europa one, that would be absolutely peak on my Titan, my Stasis Titan. Wazzer, hi, how are you doing? But anyways, it is 2 in the morning. It is well past when I should be in bed. So I know, so Brigade, I know that we're supposed to stream tomorrow. I know we're supposed to have Art and Chill. Right now, I'm gonna, it's up in the air on whether or not, like, I cancel it tomorrow, because we went so late today. I think I'm gonna be like so exhausted tomorrow after work that it might just be better to rest. Um, so I will make an announcement in the Discord with the send live tag in our announcements if I decide it's better if I just rest up. I'm gonna try not to, but I want to, as Bungie would put it, set expectations, if I could borrow their terminology. It's called Don't Overdo It. I know. But you guys know how much I love hanging out with you guys. But in all seriousness though, you guys, I know I'm being playful about it, but um, if I get home from work tomorrow and my body is telling me rest, I will take that seriously. But I at least wanted to give you the heads up. Like right now, it all depends on how I'm feeling by the time I get off of work tomorrow. I've been using the same loadout since the Final Shape DLC. Dude, high five, Final. That's wait, Final, are you a Warlock? Is that I'm a Warlock man. I mean, you can probably tell with the title of my stream. Titan. Ooh, just like Taylor. Just like Taylor. Taylor likes the Titan because of how tanky he can be. Streamer my content. No, I'm kidding. Just be like, Panda, I'd just be like, tonight's stream is the final stream of this week. I like my tanks. But yeah, I can tell that my voice is also overworked right now with how much yapping I've been doing tonight. So we'll see. I'm gonna push to see if I can stream tomorrow, but ultimately, if we have to cancel Art and Chill, I'll cancel it, and then I'll be well rested for our Final Fantasy VII Rebirth stream on Friday, which I believe we're wrapping up the mini games, or not mini games, the world quests, and we still need to do that ocean one. I mean, Taylor's got a point. I can't deny that. If you have to push to do so, you are overdoing it. I know. But yeah, I will let you guys know. I swear to you guys, I promise, in all seriousness, I promise I won't overdo it. If I feel like I'm gonna be overdoing it by streaming tomorrow, I won't do it. But yeah, anyways, you guys, thank you for being here. This was epic. I'm so glad I did this. It's funny, I actually dreaded doing this when I got off of work. But boy, I am so glad we did. I feel so much better after all the waterworks and just talking about all of my adventures with you guys. I don't know, I feel a sense of lightness. Oh, it does not. Okay, hang on. Can we pause the stream, please? Pause the stream, please. Why is it still going? It does not like me having my own stream up while streaming Destiny while OBS is open. Pretty plays with a cherry on top covering Vanilla Sunday. That's you know what's funny, Gato, that you mentioned that. Me and my kiddos today, we were designing our own ice cream on blank pieces of paper today during class. Okay, I don't know how long this person goes for streaming, but we'll Yeah, we'll raid over to SK tonight. Nice easy raid target. Who is currently playing Donkey Kong Country 2. SK Ferret. We're gonna do
Okay.
let's do the send squish emote.
Thank the traveler for data compression. Now, if only we could get it uncompressed.
This doesn't make any sense.
That's my throat telling me I need to go to bed.
Let's think
Let's
about
see
this for
here.
a minute.
What's the raid message? We took a trip down. No. We traveled. No. Telling tales of a guardian.
This place would starve without us.
Telling tales of a guardian in
What have we here? Even undated
a guardian's journey
temporal information. You could date a file
over the
by
last
technology it uses.
10 years. There we go. Oh, okay. So that's our raid message for this evening. So if you want to copy the first one, if you have our emotes. If you don't have our emotes, feel free to use the second one. You guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for experiencing this with me. Thank you for listening to all my yapping. With that being said, I need to get to bed. My throat is definitely, or my voice is definitely not happy with me. Traveler down memory lane. Oh, that's good.
That's it.
But yeah, you all have a wonderful night. We'll see if we convene at the Star Park tomorrow, but if anything, we are definitely going to be here at the Star Park on Friday for more Final Fantasy VII. I'm excited, and who knows, maybe once we're done with either Pokemon Mystery Dungeon or Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, maybe we'll do like another Destiny 2 stream. Who knows if I feel like it. But yeah, so you guys all have a wonderful night. Thank you for being here. Stay floofy, be awesome. Have a wonderful Pizza Friday Eve tomorrow. And if I don't see you tomorrow, I'll catch you guys here on Pizza Friday. All right, bye you guys. I'm going to bed. Love you guys.